Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Sign outside Road America's Turn 5 proudly declares the facility is America's National Park of Speed. And it's hard to put forward a counter-argument against that. With a layout largely unchanged since the mid-1950s, Road America has played host to some of the country's most prominent road racing championships. And after today, we can add the VSCA series to that list. Spanning just over 4 miles and 14 corners, this track provides so much in treachery as it does in enjoyment, whether it's the high-speed Turn 1, which requires as much commitment as it does speed, or the carousel, which rewards drivers who are patient on the throttle. Today's race also marks the culmination of the VSCA Sprint Cup Championship, with all of that excitement in store. Let me introduce you to your commentary team for today. My name is Sebastian Boscher-Williams. In the production booth, as always, is Samuli Kuimo. And right now, as always, once again, I am joined by the wonderful Tim Cox. Tim, welcome back to the commentary booth. Now, the amount of times that we've discussed that last lap around the Mosport, it is honestly, frankly, absurd. It was such a tight finish. We've come to Road America now, which feels like it's almost the antithesis of Mosport. Do you think maybe just possibly we might be in for something similar today?
Well, Seb, in my last 3 broadcasts, I've seen endings that have ended within hundredths, even thousandths of a second at the line. Can we make it a 4th in a row? Well, today, Road America, as you said, the quintessential road course in America that's going to be either the road to success and glory for some of our drivers, or a road to disappointment for 1 or 2 maybe, but season finale, it's always a bit of a good feeling, and definitely some drivers out there vying for positions in the championship that they're going to be pushing that little bit extra hard and a bit more adventurous than maybe they would have been previously. I can't wait to get this one going and find out.
Oh, absolutely. Likewise, Tim. Currently about halfway through the GT3 qualifying around Road America. I just can't get over, Tim, you know, Motorsport, how close it was. I think the top two finished within, was it 0.2 of a second? I just have a feeling that we're going to see the same today. Hopefully we might see it actually in both classes. Stephen Noves at the moment just heading through one of the trickiest corners on the track, in my opinion, Tim, just at the top of the hill into turn 6. Such a tricky braking zone. Do we think we're going to see some of the drivers struggling through turn 6 today?
It could well be, Seb. And, well, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities here. Big braking zones that I think could actually prove a bit more treacherous, especially in the opening laps, and then around about lap 4 to 5 when we start to see the LMP2s come through the GT3s. Those being turn 1, turn 3, which a lot of people call turn 2, and turn 5, which a lot of people call turn 3. You've got fast straights, big braking zones. It's going to be a bit tricky, a little bit treacherous, especially on the opening laps with cold tyres as well. So the cars are getting up to speed, up to temperature. Plus we've got track temperatures here at 44 degrees Celsius, Seb. It's about as warm as it is certainly here in the UK, and wow, that is going to prove a bit of issues with. It's going to be a bit of a lack of availability of grip out there for our drivers. It's going to feel a little bit icy almost, the road surface, despite it being so hot. I mean, it seems a little bit contradictory, but it's all going to add a little bit of spice to the dish that is being served up here for us today.
Oh, I cannot wait to get this race underway. Currently, William Hager in the number 87. He leads the GT3 classes. It feels like we've had our first wave of GT3s out there for their qualifying attempts. Everybody, or most cars now coming back into the pits, getting a new set of tyres in and going once again. Tim, 2:03.5 there for Hager. That's a stunningly quick lap time around the Road America circuit. Tim, how important do you think the qualifying is going to be today? It's only a 2-hour 40-minute race, but do you think that the teams are going to be really trying to prioritize their qualifying results, or they're not going to mind too much as maybe you can overtake a little bit easier around Road America?
Seb, with endurance racing, which this spans over in towards the 72-hour 40 mark for race conditions, and it matters to an extent. It's not as crucial as in a sprint race, certainly anything under the hour mark, because there's going to be a lot happen, but you do tend to race where you qualify. So it is important, but not quite the be-all and end-all. What's more crucial for the drivers is staying out of trouble, preventing any damage to their car, any silly mistakes, and that's going to help them more so than maybe finishing 1 or 2 places higher on the grid.
Currently see car, number 87 just going around the track. Sorry, the car number 27 Motorsport Yellow. They're in second place at the moment, some 1/10 of a second or so off from the pole position setter at the moment. FPB Racing in third, so really tight top 3 at the moment here, Tim. I'm just seeing that car number 16, they're being told to stop out on track. That's Resolve Racing. They've now come into the pits, but of course in VSCA, once you make a mistake or if you have to tow back to the pits, that's it. Your race is done. It's very much like the real life IMSA series. So what we are going to see, sorry Tim, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit here. It's such as the temperature at the moment, but if you make a mistake around here, it's so punishing, isn't it, Tim, compared to, say, a normal iRacing session?
It is. Where this series is emulating real-life situations, it's a little bit more brutal compared to, say, your iRacing officials, where you could just reset the car, go again. Yes, you might have lost a lap, but it's not the be-all and end-all. But here, it really does make a difference to some of our teams where to make mistakes, and sometimes through no fault on, they are pushing incredibly hard, as we mentioned, trying to get up through the standings in qualifying to finish, start even as high up as they possibly can. But at the end of the day, if you've got yourself a good banker lap in, then generally you won't have to worry too much, Seb. I mean, the track temperatures aren't going to improve, thus the grip available. We're currently about 20 to 1 local time here in Road America, so track temperatures will fall off, but not until pretty much the end of the race, Seb. We're in the hottest part of the day, and, well, it's... again, just reinforce that part of get yourself in a decent bank lap, especially with these open qualifying sessions as well, where you have to share the track with other drivers. Road America's not so much of an issue at 4 miles long, 6.5 kilometers. There's plenty of space available out there, but it can play a part, and especially where in qualifying, Seb, you really have to weigh up a bit of a conundrum because you've got the long straights at the start of the circuit, obviously out of the final corner, down the start-finish straight, that iconic rise to the start-finish line, the relative, medium sort of size straight on the run down to turn 3, then another long straight down to turn 5, then you've got, of course, through the kink all the way down to Camden the corner as well. So you want to ideally be slipstreaming off a driver in front of you, but that does potentially come in its peril because if they make a mistake, it could go wrong for yourself, where you end up tripping up over one of them, especially if you're one, say, the faster cars in the grid versus one of the cars that, maybe aren't so strong. You're going to end up tripping over them, and they're going to compromise your lap once again. So it's a bit of a tricky conundrum, open qualifying, Seb, and like you say, with there's additional rules as well to play into, but it just makes it that bit more interesting for our drivers.
I keep on saying it, but it's true. Every time, I talk to you, Tim, and I ask questions, I just get more and more excited for this race to get underway. I feel like it's going to be a really strategic race. At the moment, 27 Motorsports showing their pace, some tenth of a second, I should say, ahead of Westford Racing. Currently on your screen is Magaya's team, Freuder Sport, with Jaden Dixon at the wheel. They're currently in 4th place. On an improving lap at the moment. They've got some 3 or so tenths to find if they want to take that top spot in their Porsche 911 GT3. We are now getting into the depths of qualifying. Not much longer to go, I should say, until these cars will be back in the pits and your GT3 field will be set. As you see, 27 Motorsports now actually improving their gap to Westwood Racing, now up to a tenth of a second. Westford are in the pit, so can 27 Motorsports improve a little bit more? And I don't think they are, Tim. I think they're going to pull into the pit lane. Yes, they are. So on your screen right now, you have your pole setters for the GT3 class here for round 7 of the VSCA SportsCar Championship, and the last, as I mentioned in the intro, sprint event that we have today. Westford Racing 2nd, FPB in 3rd. And Tim, now we're going to get into the prototype cars, the LMP2s, and we've seen how close they've raced all throughout this season. It's going to be a great qualifying session once again, isn't it?
It is, Seb. It is, and before we get the perennial car park start to happen at the end of pit road, before we have LMP2 take to the track. And wow, we saw some absolutely epic racing less time out at Motorsport, or Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, as you alluded to earlier, Seb. And for those that haven't watched the final 2 laps, I implore you after today's broadcast to go back and have a watch. It was absolutely scintillating stuff with a real grandstand finish that looked like it was done and dusted, then all of a sudden leaders meeting 2 GT3s in the final corner, and it all got a little bit tight and a little bit interesting. And as you said earlier, Seb, myself and you, we've watched it back numerous times in absolute awe, and still can't quite believe what a finish we were absolutely treated to. But wow, 27 Motorsport Yellow, a great qualifying result from them, as you said. And I think coming into this, they were, one team I was definitely looking at, and definitely going to be the ones to beat. Likewise, Westwood, they'll be up there fighting with them, FBP and Maguire's. I think we just, well, I hope wish we could fast forward through LMP2 qualifying, just purely so we could get down to racing, because it's going to be an absolute classic, I think.
I completely concur with you there. What's interesting is that I don't actually see last round's race winner, Shamrock Racing, in the GT3 class. They had a great race at Motorsport in the last round. I think survived some incidents. It was quite an action-packed race, and I'm sure we're going to see exactly the same here today. We've got so many iconic corners. The kink comes to mind. Tim, I know that I've had races that have ended in the kink on lap 1 of a 6-hour race. It's so difficult to get the car through there in one piece, especially on cold tyres. Hack Racing, one of the last cars out on track, they are just returning to the pits, and we're going to have a brief period of quietness on the circuit while the LMP2s get ready for their qualifying session. And once again, you know, Tim, we've been talking about VSCA, and they're really trying to emulate the IMSA rule set and doing a really good job at that. And what I really like about it is all the drivers are required to come back to the pits. They're not allowed to tow. But what it means is that the drivers, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're getting pit entry practice in where you might not have gotten if you were doing a conventional qualifying session. Do you think that that might help them in the race just to gain a few tenths on the pit entry?
Definitely. You can gain and lose quite a bit of time just through your pit entry alone. And those that will be hurtling up and timing it just for perfection, you can gain anywhere potentially up to half a second to a second in time, just from knowing exactly where the pit line is and exactly where to brake, depending on what speed you're going at. So it's always good just getting those final bits of practice around your pit entries to ensure that, you know, come race, you're in the prime position and you get it absolutely spot on so you're not caught napping.
You just see Disco Motorsport return to the pit, number 83. Sorry, I do apologise. It's the, yeah, no, it is the number 83. So into the pit box they go, and we now have around about 2 minutes or so, Tim, until we start to see the first of our LMP2 runners come out onto the track. So we've seen how the GT3s approach it. It seems like they're going for about 1 or 2 push laps, coming back into the pits, getting a new set of tyres and going off again. And I'm going to refer to you, Tim, as you're more of the LMP2 expert than I am. Is that going to be the same strategy for the LMP2s, or are they a little bit less harsh or more harsh on the tyres?
I mean, first off, Seb, I just want to point out the top of the standings in GT3, the front 2 rows, we've got 4 different manufacturers. So the top 4 spots, 4 different cars: BMW, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche. It's what we love to see in qualifying sessions, a nice variety. As they say, variety is the spice of life. But back to your original question, yes, we're going to see exactly the same. It's going to be a copy and paste scenario for the LMP2s, especially with those high track temperatures as well, Seb. You're going to see them, you know, 1 push lap potentially, maybe 2. They're back into the pits, fresh tyres, have a build-up lap, trying to keep those build up the pressures, but keep those temperatures nice and low. So build up the temperatures, keep those pressures nice and low to ensure that you are in tip-top condition, ready for your push lap, your fast lap. You then absolutely nail it. Of course, this is what we've seen a lot around the whole grass dipping scenario that was, well, really came to the fore the Spa 24 recently on iRacing, and of course that won't be allowed here, as also iRacing have taken measures as well to circumnavigate that too. But it is so crucial to keep those pressures down and then really push, like I say, especially with those high track temperatures, Seb, to 44 degrees Celsius.
Well, LMP2 qualifying underway. Everybody now starting to prepare the car, like you were saying, Tim. Only have a look at the Rusty Spatula's car, and they had a very up and down race at Motorsport last time out. They were almost feels like they were in almost every position. The luck wasn't really on their side. They'll be hoping to change all of that in today's race. Of course, it is a clean It's a clean slate. It's a clean start for all of these drivers. All of the past woes are really put behind them. And also, it's a very different track. And you tend to find that drivers who may be a little bit quicker on the Motorsport circuit, not necessarily as good at the Road America circuit, and vice versa. Very different driving styles required. So Rusty Spatulas will be hoping to climb the towers once again. And you just see, and Tim, again, I'm going to keep on calling you the LMP2 expert because I am shockingly bad in Eddie's prototype cars these days. how important is it to gain a gap? You see, the GT3s, they were almost slipstreaming each other, I should say, at times. Does the dirty air affect these cars a little bit more? Are we going to see drivers almost do what Formula 1 do, and they sort of going to back up at the final sector of the track? Or how would you play it if you were in the cockpit?
Dirty air does affect these cars, Seb. Obviously, more downforce orientated compared to the GT3s. With those cars do have, an element of downforce, but certainly nothing compared to, well, certainly single-seater cars. And LMP2s almost, not quite to the extent, but a lot of sort of a halfway house between the two. And the dirty air does affect them. But equally, you need to be in the right place at the right time, and within around about the 8 tenths mark. So you're just about far enough away to not be affected by the dirty air, especially through the kink. That's where it's going to be really, really crucial, around the back end of the circuit set, where it's high speed and you don't want to have any aero wash whatsoever. But just enough of the range just to pick up a distant toe from the car in front of you, so that when you are on those long straight sections, you're maximising your top speed to the best as your abilities. We just see the Lone Wolf LMP2 there, the 747 machine, just dip a bit of a wheel off onto the dirt there on the exit of the cab in the corner, but drivers winding up and heading out onto their first laps here, so just out of the final corner. That is one of the most crucial final corners in World Motorsport. Maybe not quite as much as, say, Fuji, where it's an even longer start-finish straight, but because it's such a long run, you need to absolutely nail that to perfection, because what it means then is you will gain or lose potentially around about 3 or 4 kilometers an hour come the end of the straight, and that will make a big difference towards your time, and thus, where you will finish within qualifying.
As we just see World of Sim Racing team rocketing to the top of the timing stands. A 1 minute 50.73 is the benchmark for all of these LMP2 teams to try and beat. You mentioned, Tim, as well, we were having a look at the 747 car, the Lone Wolf Motorsports car. I mean, they were race winners all the way back at the first event, the Daytona 24 Hours, not able to replicate their results since then. They've been really quick, but luck, once again, going against them seems to be the story of many drivers out there today. What a Sim Racing team, though. What can they do? If my memory serves me correctly, they were embroiled in a battle for the race lead around Mosport, but that wasn't to be. What can they do today? Picking up a little bit of a slipstream as we head through the kink, out now down towards Canada corner. And what are World Racing Sim Racing thinking of doing? What are their plans? Are they going to go for another push lap? Are we going to see them dart into the pits? Your provisional pole sitters at the moment. Oh, and a spin into the gravel. And Tim, if they can't get that car back, and those barriers are very, very grippy, that will be qualifying over for our provisional pole sitters.
Oh, Seb as well. That's the Agee Motorsports 17 there, having bit of an incident too, maybe just a bit spooked by seeing another LMP2 pointing in the wrong direction on the inside of the corner, but they've managed to get going once again, so that is good for them. And wow, everyone having a few issues here on the opening laps. That's Hometown Hero off as well.
But this is turn number 12, Canada corner, a really tricky corner. I think you'll agree, Tim. You sort of arrive at the corner, it's slightly a blind entry. You're still got a little bit of lateral movement in the car as you apply the brakes. For the LMP2s, what can they do? Can they do anything from the car to make that easier? Can they adjust the brake balance, or what can they do? Or is it simply all about driving style? It's clearly a lot of drivers at the moment at this phase of qualifying are struggling with getting the car slowed down for turn 12.
There's a couple of things you can do, Seb, and you've highlighted both of them. Yes, you can slightly adapt your style. There is a lot of runoff on the exit at the corner, so you can push through it a lot further, and it's all about getting your entry right and maybe compromising a little just to really maximise that exit. And drivers can adjust the brake ballast on the fly. If they're struggling to get the car stopped in time, could maybe move it a little bit towards the rear. Not too far though, because that actually aids the car stopping quicker. in fact, as opposed to moving it more forward. But if you end up locking the rears, then it goes wrong in a very, very horrible way. And, well, that's the last thing that the drivers will want and need out here. And these cars, they, as standard, as default out of the box, are more rearward biased. So they're over around about 48% out of the box. What does that mean? Well, 50% is equal front and rear brake forcing. Anything above 50 is leaning towards being, the brake balance being more towards the front of the car. So these cars have, have slightly more brake balance than braking force, but applied to the rear. And that's why you're able to stop on a dime on these things.
28 minutes elapsed in this qualifying session. 7 minutes to go for our LMP2 runners. It's currently Lone Wolf Motorsports. They're at the top of the timing stand. 1 minute 50.29. So great pace by them. In fact, some 3.5 tenths quicker than Fisher Motorsports in second. So really finding that pace. Lone Wolf Motorsports, as they did all the way back in January at Daytona, so they'll be really pleased to see that. But of course, the race hasn't even begun, and I think it's George Russell said, or many drivers have said in the past, you get no points for qualifying. It's all about the race. It's all about that consistency. Talk Freak Racing Ascari, the number 43, they're having a great qualifying at the moment in 6th place. Only about 1 second, in fact, off the pole position time, and not an insurmountable challenge to find around the Road America circuit. As I mentioned, once again, it's a 4-mile circuit, lots of really committed bravery corners that you can find a little bit of time at. So Talk Freak, don't count them out whatsoever. I see Race for Cat, they're in the pits, and I wonder, Tim, we saw many drivers going off at Canada Corner. I wonder if some of them were unable to make it back to the pits, and it seems like Race for Cat's qualifying session is over really before it's gotten going.
It seems that way, Seb. Leave that one with me. I'm going to go do a little bit of digging and find out exactly what's happened for Racer Cat, and I will come back to you very, very shortly on that, what's happened to the number 10 car. Because like you say, they've definitely started to qualify, and they've made out onto their out lap. It looks almost like they've come straight in because they've nearly completed a whole lap. So leave that one with me, Seb. We'll come back to you with some answers on that one.
Oh, I like this detective Tim Cox that we've got alongside us in the commentary booth. 5 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. Well, the Sim Racing team, the 51, after their initial burst of pace earlier on, they're in third. I don't think actually they've improved since their opening lap. So what can they do? 4 tenths off the lead, a little bit of a wiggle there through the carousel, kicking up a little bit of grass on the mid part of the carousel. Just manages to get away with it though. So much jeopardy in this qualifying session. I really like this rule that if you have to tow to the pits, or if you can't get the car back and repair it, I mean, that is your race, or sorry, your qualifying done and dusted. So lots of drama, and it really sort of emulates that risk reward that you hear a lot about in real life motorsports. So we see Wilder Sim Racing now heading round the final corner. 4 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. Will it be Lone Wolf Motorsports holding on to the pole position, or can somebody lower down the order, challenge them, and even surpass them? Well, Ryan Roy, the Precision Racing Esports entry, the 211 car, rockets up to 4th place. They found a little bit of pace in the dying stages of qualifying. You see them on your screen at the moment. The Canadian driver really being at home at the Road America circuit as we head down towards turn number, I call it turn 3. I think, Tim, you mentioned earlier on that this isn't the correct corner. It's actually turn 5, but I mean, it's one of my favourite points to talk about in commentary is how, the corners that aren't corners shouldn't be named corners. But that is turn 5, and this is turn 6, although it really should be turn 4.
So the reason behind that is because the motorbikes that visit here have to take those kinks in the road, where they're a little bit more than a kink, as a corner, and that's why they get classified officially as a corner. It's exactly the same at Red Bull Ring, to name one very obvious circuit. Remus, the tight right-hander at the top of the hill, where you grind pretty much to a halt, the slowest part of the circuit. That's actually turn 3 where there's a kink, the kink in the road as you head left before you reach it. It's classified as a corner due to the most bikes that visit there, and it's exactly the same here in Road America. Hence why what you call turn 2 is turn 3 official, and what you call turn 3 is turn 5 official.
Well, Lone Wolf Motorsports, they won't care how many classified corners are around this circuit. They are just finding so much pace. Very wide on the exit of turn number 1. Now down into turn 3. Late on the brakes. Pedro Gomez at the wheel, getting that car nicely slowed down to the apex. And now we head down towards turn number 5. 2 cars improving. They've put themselves into the top 5. The 19 as well. Everybody finding a little bit of time at the moment. The top 8 now separated by less than a second. Gomez through turn 5. As we see World of Sim Racing, Carlos Alvarez Benidi, he rockets up to second place. Only 0.02 of a second, Tim, behind Lone Wolf Motorsports. We've got 2 minutes left to go in this session. I think he can just get this lap in. Do you think World of Sim Racing can do it? Do you think that they might be able to claim a pole position around here?
I don't think it's possible, Seb. All it takes is just like one perfect lap, pulled out the bag, and then it all changes for you.
As we head into the braking zone of turn 5. Oh, there's a car on the exit. Oh, no. World of Sim Racing team collides there. Who was that had gone wide? It's the Precision Racing esports car, and that's, unfortunately for them, concluded their qualifying sessions earlier than planned. Heavy damage to the front end of Darian Roy's car, the Precision Racing esports car, limping round to the pits. Tim, you mentioned that Benidi needed a perfect lap, and that was anything but a car. I mean, even if Dorian Roy hadn't have made contact with Benidi, that would have been lap ending and qualifying ending. You can't, I mean, as soon as you get distracted into the braking zone, you lose too much time. But Benidi making contact, that's thrown all of our hopes away for a pole position fight, as I don't think anybody else is out there really making many waves in terms of their lap time at the moment.
It's looking like it's done and dusted, isn't it? And it's tight at the top once again, isn't it, Seb? Ever so close. I almost sound surprised, but it's what we come to expect from this league. Quality drivers, competitive times.
Yeah, I mean, 0.02 of a second separating first and second. You have to go all the way down to 10th place to find the first car that's a second or more behind the pole sitter. That's Vrosky at the wheel of that Torque Freak Racing Ascari car as he heads round the carousel. Don't think he'll get this lap in. He's got to be very quick if he wants to. The session has now officially ended. In Gomez, your provisional pole sitter, unless anybody out there can find a lap out of their back pocket. I don't see any green sectors on our timing software, so I'm fairly confident, commentator's famous last words, that Lone Wolf Motorsports will be the pole sitters. They will lead the field as we head to round 7 of the VSCA Sports Car Challenge. What can Torque Freak Racing Ascari do? Can they improve even just a little bit? Nicely through turns 14. Now onto that straight through the final corner, which, Tim, as you mentioned, was so crucial. He sees the checkered flag. Can the 43 Torque Freak Racing Ascari car improve its qualifying position? And unfortunately for them, they cannot. Set a lap time some 1/10 of a second slower than their best, so they'll stay in 10th place. While Tobias Gabler, Albrecht Motorsports, quickly in the dying moments of qualifying, heads up into 3rd place. So they're making waves. They did manage to find that pace on the final lap of qualifying. Supreme lap there by Albrecht Motorsports. And they are only, Tim, 0.3 off our pole sitters.
Went an extra couple of attempts quicker in Displaced Fisher Motorsport. Seb, I've managed to find out for you what happened to RacerCat. They're suffering from a few technical issues in terms of their internet, and that's why we saw them sort of come out and then disappear and didn't see them for the remainder of qualifying.
Oh, disaster for the RacerCat team. It seems that their season really derailed after the first few races. They ended up, I think, at Motorsport having a fairly dire race. Not, I don't think, through much fault of their own. In fact, many teams, Tim, didn't really come out of of the race looking too good. It was just so chaotic, wasn't it? There was so much action on the track. It almost seemed like every car at some point was involved in a little bit of contact or a small incident. And I'm just hoping that today we get a little bit of cleaner racing, and it should be the case as we've got such a longer track.
It almost seemed like third place overall in an LMP2, Seb, that nobody wanted it. As soon as someone would get there, they would be there for 2-3 laps, and then they get caught up in some sort of incident or make a mistake and put them back further down the field. I can't remember how many drivers. I think we saw about 8 changes of different teams in that third place. But wow, I mean, pit strategy definitely going to play a part today, Seb. It's going to be crucial to the result, and of course, with the full course yellow system that's played out in this league, that does mean that you will have the ability to, if you do lose a lot of time to the car in front of you, you will close back up to them. And we've seen at least one in each of the rounds that we've covered here at Apex Racing TV. So, statistically speaking, I'll expect to see at least one here today, possibly 2. And if that's the thing with Road America, when it does go wrong, Seb, it goes wrong in a very big way.
Well, let's hope it doesn't go wrong for your grid at the moment. Pedro Gomez for the Lone Wolf Motorsports Car. They are your pole sitters in LMP2. 1 minute 50.288 to their name. Carlos Benide in second place. World of Sim Racing team, some 0.02 of a second off pole position. Albrecht Motorsports, Tobias Gabler in third, with Nicholas Pedersen in fourth place for Vischer Motorsport USA. Rusty Spatulas, I was talking about them earlier on. They're in fifth place with Element Sim Racing Fire just alongside them on the third row of the grid. CMSRacing.com Pro will start in 7th place with Precision Racing Esports just alongside them in 8th. Seems, I think, Precision Racing Esports, they're a dark horse in this race. They made contact, or they spud, in fact, on the final lap of qualifying. I think they had a little bit more in the tank, so watch that 211 car. Trading Paint Racing team in 9th place with Talk Freak Racing Ascari rounding out your top 10. Race for Cat Motorsports, they are on the grid, so hopefully for them they've sorted out their technical gremlins. They start in 11th with AG Motorsports alongside them in 12th, and Hometown Hero Racing rounds out your 13th place, and Race for Cat Motorsports, the number 10 car, rounds out your 14 car LMP2 grid. 27 Motorsports Yellow, they take the pole position. The BMW team, great qualifying result for them. Westwood Racing Esports in second place. They're an Audi manufactured car. And we have, as you mentioned, Tim, the Ferrari in third, the FPB Racing 151 car with Maguire's team in fourth place. On the fourth row of the grid, we have Fischer Motorsports Porsche with DRG Racing Silver alongside them. 7th place is Fischer Motorsport Eagle. 8th place, we have Delta Racing, the number 4 car. Firestorm Motorsports 29 and Faster Esports round out your top 10. Kinetic Racing VSCA just outside the top 10 in 11th place, a familiar name at the upper echelons of the grid, so a little bit disappointing qualifying for them. Expect to see them head through the race today. NRE Esports in 12th with RJB Solutions in 13th place. Alice Motorsport in 14th. CMS Racing.com Endurance in 15th place. TR powered by Geeks Energy 16th with Moneyhouse Racing Black in 17th. Firestorm Motorsports 18th, Resolve Racing in 19th place. FAC Autotech rounding out your top 20. And then we have Hyper Team Racing 21st, VApex Racing Group 22nd, Hack Racing 23rd, Talk Freak Racing Maguires in 24th place. We have Talk Freak Racing Avario in 25th with DSRT SimX Pro 26th, Disco Motorsports 27th, and Moneyhouse Racing Black Team 28th, our final GT3 entry, although they are in the pits and I don't think they're going to take the start. But what a race we have in store for you today. We see at the moment a little bit of lapping going on. So this is the formation lap, and Race for Cat regaining their position. They did not set a time in qualifying. They're going to find the back of the LMP2 field. But Tim, Where do you expect the action to kick off today? Do you think we're going to see some lunges into turn 1 on the opening lap, or do you think the drivers are going to play a little bit of a safer game?
Seb, the race isn't won at turn 1. However, I'm sure we're going to see some interesting moves. We saw it a little bit earlier today in Formula E. Mitch Evans make up 2 places in the opening corner. I'm sure there's going to be 1 or 2 drivers a bit more adventurous. As I alluded to earlier, Seb, final race of the season. I see the drivers maybe being a little bit more bold, a little bit more adventurous than what they would have been previously, because there's a chance to make up these final few places in the championship. So I think there might be a little bit more intrigue and interest and adventurousness on this opening lap than what we've seen previously.
So your pole sitter is the Lone Wolf Motorsport 747 car. Alongside them, the World of Sim Racing 51 entry. It's all going to be when Pedro Gomez decides to get this race underway. We do have a start zone, but it's up to the pole sitter's discretion of when they want to get the race officially underway. It does look like the other Race for Cat Motorsport, the number 10 entry, has gained and is caught up to the back of the LMP2 field. As we now head around turn number 13, Bill Mitchell bend, and then we get to turn 14, and then we get to go racing here at round 7 of the VSCA Sports Car Challenge. They all need to be in 2x2 formation. They all line up. All eyes now on our pole sitter. When does Pedro Gomez decide to go racing? In a few seconds, we're going to enter our start zone. He can now go at any point. Does he want to go early? Does he want to go late? And he gets underway. A good start there from your pole sitter. In fact, looks on as even in your top 4. The number 7 car has gotten past the 1-1-2. Rusty Spatula's losing a position off the start. And now it's Gabler on the inside of Benidi down into turn 1. That's 96 versus the 51 car. Albrecht Motorsports up into 2nd place. Benidi, World of Sim Racing, demoted to 3rd, might even be 4th before we've reached the apex of turn 3. Fisher Motorsports now getting involved in the action, but now Rusty Spatulas as well, capitalising on Benidi's poor start. Benidi's gone from 2nd to 5th in the matter of moments as we head down towards turn 5 for the first time of asking. This is your GT3 field, and look at the perfect start we've had from both of our leaders. 27 Motorsport Yellow getting away very nicely as we head into turn 1. FPB Racing losing a position or 2. In fact, scrap that, I don't think they have. I think my timing stands for a little bit wrong. Down in towards turn number 3 we go. On the inside, the BMW versus the Porsche. We saw it in the LMP2 field. Everybody getting away nice and cleanly. Just as I say that, Tim, CMSRacing.com Pro number 79 car off the track. Is that on the exit of turn 7?
I think it is, Seb, and also that's the 2nd incident they've involved in. They've had a bit of a collision out on track, I think, with Rusky. I was going to say it's an incident in GT3. There it is. Delta Racing. One of the cars caught up in it, and it's having a bit of a look. So I think Disco Motorsport, another one in amongst that. And DSRT and the Ferrari also caught up. There was a 4th car as well. I'm just trying to have a quick look for you, Seb, who that was. And I can't quite work it out for the moment, but I shall let you know shortly.
So drama at turn 5. I do believe that was the Delta Racing car. They were started, in fact, in 4th place in class. So disaster for them, but the Ferrari leads. Actually, what has happened at the front? I was looking away from the screen and looked back, and FPB Racing now leading the race. 27 Motorsports dropping down into 2nd place and actually being hassled and hustled by Westford Racing, with Willem Hager at the wheel in 3rd. As we head up towards turn number 13, Bill Mitchell bend stamping on the brakes for the final ever crucial turn 14. And here we have completed 1 lap of racing. It's Rusty Spatulas now up into 3rd place of the LMP2 class. That looks like a late dive onto the brakes into turn number 5. And Rusty Spatulas, I said they had a little bit of pace in qualifying, but the pace that they're showing in the race is just sublime. They must be absolutely thrilled with this turn of form, and hopefully if you are a Rusty Spatulas fan, that might continue all race long. But they have got Fisher Motorsports right behind them, so it's not going to be an easy race for them, but they are in the podium spots as it stands. 3 minutes of the race gone. 2 hours 40 is the race time in total through the kink we go for the second time. A little bit wide there, and you have to say, from the Rusty Spatulas car. And what can the Fisher Motorsports entry do? Can he dive to the inside as we head into Canada corner? We've seen so many LMP2s struggle through there, Tim, but I think I can now say it. I said it last time we had an incident, but a really nice, clean start, and that sets us up for such a good race here.
Oh, Seb getting a bit treacherous there. Rusty Spatula coming out of turn 14. And World of Sim Racing, I'll tell you what, that's right behind Fisher, and I think this is going to be a change for position.
I think you're right. World of Sim Racing to the inside. Our second place starters trying to regain the spots that they lost on the opening lap up into fourth place. Nice textbook move done into turn 1. Next up for the World of Sim Racing car is the Rusty Spatulas 112. And I think, Tim, we know that Benitez got pace. We know, in fact, that Benitez almost got pole setting pace and maybe would have got it if he didn't have that incident earlier on. So do you think we might see Benitez catch up to Rusty Spatulas, get past them, dispatch them quite quick, and maybe could be challenging Gomez for the race lead?
Seb, I think it's all about trying to keep this clean, keep it consistent. That is the key to endurance motorsport. Also, based on, statistically speaking, we're going to have a full course yellow at some stage during this race, based on what we've seen across the previous rounds. Oh, that's fuck off, Seb. That's fuck also Teffer off.
They're dropping down the order wide at turn 14, losing another spot there to the 66 car. That's the Apex Racing Group, so that mistake really costly. Tim, you spoke about the importance of turn 14, how it's one of the most crucial final corners in motorsport, and that's what happens if you get it wrong. And unfortunately for the FAC Orcotech Sim Racing 39 car, that's a long way that they're going to have to come back through the field. They've lost a huge amount of time.
They have indeed, Seb. They've dropped 3 places so far through coming off there. Not helping them, but I tell you what, Seb, one that we haven't picked up on yet in LMP2, Race for Cat, one of the 2 entries in LMP2 for Race for Cat, Marco Guerrero, obviously didn't set a time during qualifying. He's already climbed 5 places, up from 14th into 9th. He's had an absolute blistering start here.
Really, it goes to show how people are maybe not as well versed, I should say, into qualifying, but that doesn't translate to the race, and they're just so rapid, as we see now. NRE Esports trying to catch up to the DRG Racing Silver car. Patrick Fogel at the wheel of the 97. Sasha Luncheng at the wheel of the 76. It's Porsche versus Mercedes. Actually, 2 Porsches in the line of stern. Then look at this battle. This is Faster Esports under pressure from Kinetic Racing. Kinetic Racing pulling to the inside into turn 12, Canada corner. That's going to be late under brakes. They're going to be side by side. Nice amount of room given. But look at this, the Audi in the background. And that's Firestorm as well. They're getting involved in this fight as well. This is certainly not over. It's Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini as we head round turn 14 to start another lap. It's Faster Esports, Kinetic Racing, Firestorm Motorsports, and now TR powered by Geeks Energy as well, all in this battle for 9th place. And all while this is happening, they're losing ground to 8th place and 7th as well, so not helping their long-term race chances, but it certainly looks like a whole lot of fun out there as we head towards turn 3. Faster Esports looking a little bit into the braking zone, can't find a way through. Oh, and there's a car off the track there, Tim. That's Hack Racing, and that looks like a substantial hit to the wall.
It is, Seb, and it's cost them a lot of time as well in that Ferrari. Wow, that's Hometown Hero off it as well, Seb. It's like someone's fired the starting gun. They all seem to be falling off. 2 incidents in the Maverick corners, and they've, wow, lost a whole heap of time back right down to the tail end of
there's a big accident. That's the Apex Racing group. And what happened there, Tim? Did they just get loose under braking? Heavy contact to the inside wall into turn 5.
Ooh, Seb. That was a bit of a close rejoin there. Nearly colliding with the torque-free Porsche as it came through, and now we've got the leading LMP2s coming through. That's Money House racing off in the Mercedes as well. But this is going to get treacherous and tricky because we've got our leaders in LMP2 coming through. A few of the GT3s having issues. And this
so close to spin! It has. There's a Ferrari off the track there. That's the 111 car, Hack Racing. Hack Racing were off the track only a few corners ago. And was that assisted by an LMP2? Well, this is your fight for 9th place. We have Kinetic Motorsports, Faster Esports still having a squabble. This time, Faster Esports can get the move done into Canada corner. The Lamborghini now having to settle for 10th place. But this battle has gotten a lot tighter and more cars gaining as we have a battle for the lead. 27 Motorsports trying to regain the lead on the inside as we head into turn 1. Everybody trying to find a little bit of slipstream. It's 27 Motorsports on the inside. FPB Racing let that one go. Not too upset at losing that race lead. I think they're thinking about Westwood racing behind them in the Audi, and Westwood looking very quick at the moment. William Hager at the wheel of that Audi. And that car, Tim, is looking absolutely rapid at the moment. They could be looking at getting second place fairly soon.
Could well be, Seb. And what worries me is for these guys as well. You see the Ferrari there of FBP really moving around in the braking zone, just trying to get into the mirrors, get into the head of the 27 Motorsports BMW. Is yet again another lunge. No intention of passing, isn't thinking about it. But with all these exaggerating movements, needs to be careful because Westwood took some right behind and ready to pounce. That's DRG and the Mercedes off, Seb. And with all these guys being so tightly compacted in GT3, battling for position, this is going to be really treacherous for the LMP2s coming through the field. We saw it a little bit early on with a few tail end markers. So that is your leader, Lone Wolf. That's going to be interesting to see how it deals with them. It's going to be easy for these first few, Seb. But after he's cleared these, this is where the packs get tighter and they get bigger as well. And he's going to need to utilise all of that aerodynamic efficiency as Westwood machine going very slow. They must have come off, Seb.
Yeah, so this is heading down to turn number 12, Canada corner. And I wonder, is Westwood gone wide at the kink and lost a lot of time? I don't think you gain a slowdown. But let's have a look at the replay. Westwood, they were in 3rd place in the GT3 class, really pressuring FPB for 2nd. Through the kink we go. Oh, Tim, how did they not make contact with the wall there?
Just as they came to over the curb, the car snapped horrifically and well held there by Hager. But wow, now this is where it gets challenging, Seb, because they're coming through the leaders against the tight, much larger packs in GT3. I think they're going to catch them. Well, the majority of them are a really good point down these long straights, down to 1, down to 3, and down to turn 5. That's going to really help them. And it's all about traffic management now. Positioning your car, ideally doing exactly what we've just seen here, where Gabler of Albrecht has just positioned one of the GT3s between himself and Tiano of Rust Dispatches, who we're riding on board with right now. And that is how you gain a lot of time in multi-class racing, by just using the traffic around you as pawns. But look at that long stream of GT3s they're coming up onto, Seb. This is not ideal at this part of the track to be catching this lot. I mean, look at them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them all in a line. And oh, Seb, this is going to be tight. I think we're going to have to close our eyes potentially at a few of these moves. There we go, just having to back out of there, Tiano.
Yeah, I closed my eyes a little bit sooner than I think you were expecting there, Tim. Late move to the inside of turn 7. Gets away with that, does the Rusty Spatula's car. Now sends it to the inside of turn 8. Nice and neatly through there, but look at all this traffic up ahead. As you mentioned, Tim, this is where you find or lose time as we ride on board with Albrecht Motorsports now, gaining so quickly on the back of that Lamborghini. Not going to be able to get past the Audi of Westwood as we head through the kink. That is actually slowed down Tobias Gabler at the wheel of the Albrecht Motorsports car. He had to lift off the throttle. Is that going to allow Rusty Spatulas in on a little bit of the action? Unfortunately, not for the Rusty Spatulas car as we head through Canada a corner, and somehow, Tim, we've managed to escape all of that contact with, all of that traffic with barely any contact.
Well, don't worry, Seb, there's more to come. There's our lead group of GT3s who are maybe not going to be quite as compliant as this group, as they're battling for the lead, and they're going to have to do it all over again as the Lamborghini just moved across there. Oh, and I think it was Fisher Motorsport. That could have been one big disastrous moment there. There we go. It was Talk Free. They got cut off as squeezing to the inside, Seb. Hold tight.
Hold tight indeed. Talk Freak now being overtaken. Best Precision Racing Esports, the second time that we've seen that car backwards today. I thought as we cut away from the camera shot into turn one that Darren Roy was going very quick into turn one, and I thought, well, maybe that's just the speed of the LMP2s, but clearly misjudging the apex speed running off the track. No damage by the looks of it though, so Precision Racing Esports still in this race, but they are now last in class. But this battle really heating up. It's currently Race for Cat versus Fisher Motorsports versus Element Sim Racing Fire. And we see as we head through Race for Cat now nicely and neatly getting by one of the Talk Freak GT3s. But Tim, this, I mean, as an LMP2 driver, how do you manage this? Do you have to sort of, are you risk assessing everything you do, like millimeter by millimeter?
Pretty much, Seb. Pretty much. Just constantly evolving, just looking at the traffic in front of you. Working out, where am I on track? Where am I going to catch them? Do I need to actually back out a little bit? Because am I going to catch them around the apex of the corner? And the reason why the clever drivers will be doing that is so that then they can take a better run through the corner, carrying more speed, more momentum for it against the GT3. And they can slingshot them past them on the corner exit, and that's where you can have to minimize the amount of time that you lose while clearing through this traffic.
The 6 car getting in the way. That's the NRE Esports car, and that's not helping the number 10 Race for Cat Motorsports car. And now look at this, side by side, almost as we head down towards turn one. Talk Freak Racing choosing to go the long way around, but they've got an Audi GT3 up ahead of them. I think Race for Cat have chosen the right line. Are they going to dive to the inside? Yes, they are. They defend their position, but Talk Freak very wide on the exit. They're going to try and dive it to the inside, almost 3 wide momentarily. The Audi neatly gets out of the way. It's very much battle resumed in this fight for 7th place, but they've got so much traffic up ahead of them. You see the marbles flicking off the cars as we head down towards turn 5 now. In the slipstream is the Talk Freak Racing Ascari car, but cannot find a way through. So much traffic. He dives to the inside. That's on the GT3 race leader. Plays it safe. Does Trevor Vorosky, and loses a little bit of ground to Race for Cat Motorsports, piloted by Mark Aguero. But Tim, that is what it's like. I mean, I love these onboard shots that we get around here because it just seems so frantic. And then every time we have a frantic moment, there's an even franticer moment as we see down the inside into turn 8. This is Fisher Motorsports and the Maguire's car. Don't normally see a car going around the outside of the carousel. And Fisher Motorsports hold the position, but Westford now also getting involved on this. Cannot find a way through, so this is a battle in fact for 3rd place between Fishers and Maguire's. Maguire sends it to the inside as we head through the kink. Supreme move there by the Porsche, but now there's got LMP2 traffic in the background. Got to be so aware in your mirrors, and I think, Tim, it might have calmed down at least for a few corners.
Never say never, Seb. Never say never. We know we're only moments away from something happening. A bit of intrigue, excitement, drama. There's Fisher there. Well, I tell you what, we've had some big losers beginning. Race for Cat, who started at the back of LMP2, Seb, now up to 7th. They've gained 7 places, quietly going about their business, and Marco Guerrero, who's currently on board for them, has really got his bit between his teeth right now. And you see some of that frustration over qualifying As there's the sister car, that's the Race for Cat Motorsports 11 machine. They've remained where they qualified down in 11th, but the sister car absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, maybe the sister teams can share a little bit of knowledge. Race for Cat Motorsport 11 maybe playing the longer game, but they're being caught up by the 79 CMS Racing Pro. Once again, we rejoin the battle for the lead in GT3. It's 27 Motorsports versus FPB. FPB braking late. Are they going to go all the way around the outside of turn 5? They are, but they're going to run wide. Are they going to touch the grass? No, they just managed to make the move, and that is some bravery. That is some commitment around the outside of turn 5. The Ferrari retakes the race lead in 27 Motorsport now. For good measure, has got a little bit of LMP2 traffic coming up on them. Mayer getting past Dixon. Dixon, I think, dropping down the order. That's the number 13. Maguire's Team Sport car. That's to the inside as well for the 27 Motorsport car. Has to back out of the opening part of the carousel. And FPB are playing the blinder here, Tim. They've made the move when it was most advantageous for them, and now they've got a little bit of a buffer as that LMP2 interfered and slowed down the 27 Motorsports car, although that was all undone as we headed through the carousel. FPB a little bit wide. Maguire and Westford now. Maguire had an incident, lost a little bit of time. He's now behind the Westford car. Very a quiver on the exit of the carousel, but your third place down is Fisher Motorsports, Westford Racing, and Maguire's Team Frida. And this GT3 battle, Tim, there's no other word for it. It's just epic.
It is absolutely epic, Seb, as we just see what happens to Maguire's car. Oh, a bit of netcode there, Seb. Just nudged it out of the way, and well held there by Dixon, because that could have been race ending. He's lost a couple of places because of it, but that is damage limitation, Seb.
It most definitely is. I cannot believe that Porsche is still in one piece. These cars are so easy to spin when they have any form of contact, and I do wonder if Precision Racing Esports might take a little bit of a penalty for that contact. We'll have to keep an eye on that one for you. But what can Westford Racing do? They're in the slipstream of Fisher Motorsports. They pull out to the inside. Fairly textbook move into turn number 5. Gets it done onto the brakes. This is now going to allow the Maguire's team to have a little bit of a look as we head down towards turn 6. It's going to be a late send from the Porsche. They do it supremely late on the brakes. Porsche versus Porsche. And in the space of 2 corners, Fisher Motorsports goes from 3rd into 5th. And now, for good measure, on the back, we have the NRE Esports team. They've caught up while all of these are battling. And what can Sasha do at the wheel of the NRE Esports car?
Well, it remains to be seen, Seb, doesn't it? I'll tell you what, they're really pushing hard. But not as much as, I'll tell you what it was. Jaden Dixon, he's onto a flyer, isn't he? Just beating up 2 Porsches of Fisher and NRE. And now, sights firmly set on Westwood, with Hager and the Audi just in front of them, but it's not going to be easy, because I tell you what, Fisher Motorsports Porsche is staying right onto their tail and definitely asking a few questions of the Maguire's car right now.
Yeah, that Maguire's car, you know, we still actually, in fact, have 4 manufacturers in the top 4. 27 Motorsport. Oh, that's FPB off the track. You see, they've made a mistake on the exit of turn 14, and FPB have gone from the race lead. They've lost first, they've lost second. They're now battling with that Maguire's car for 3rd place, and I do believe that Maguire's car is going to have more pace. In fact, they are already past. FPB going to have to go defensive to not be passed by Mayer. They just about managed to hang on to that 4th place through turn 1, but Fisher Motorsports Porsche trying to make it by the former race leaders. And Tim, you mentioned in qualifying so perfectly how crucial this corner was, and it's claimed another victim.
Yes, indeed. Wow, just caught the grass and Diesel. How did you hold that one? Looked like he'd just purchased himself a one-way ticket to the barrier on the inside, about to exit stage right, and managed to get the car pulled up and under control lost a little bit of time and places as well, but as I said earlier, Sam, it is all about keeping the car clean, avoiding damage, and that is what helps you dramatically, as DRG and the Mercedes there having another bit of a moment, and I think they've just dropped another place there, haven't they? Yes, they've dropped 2, in fact. They've lost places to TR Powered by Geeks and also Faster Esports, and was it a bit of contact from the Lamborghini? No. Bit of a strange one there. They had a lunge at the inside, and I'm not sure whether it was a slight hardware failure or something, but they've got up and running again, and that's the main thing.
You think that they were almost scared off the track by that Lamborghini diving to the inside? Tim, you know, you've been mentioning how important it is to keep the car clean. Do you think that was almost car preservation?
Well, I'm not sure, Seb, because they are showing up like they've had a little bit of an incident. So potentially that just a little bit of a netcode contact on maybe, because there's no apparent damage to either of the cars. But just unsettling him a little bit there and ensuring he was keeping out of trouble rather than heading to the barrier. So maybe a little bit of a combination of both for him there right now. But I'll tell you what, Dixon is on fire, but these two are having a right go down to turn 1, Seb. This is FPB and Fisher. There's FPB just about holding on there. The Ferrari's incredibly quick in a straight line, the fastest of all the GT3s. The Porsche getting great all-rounder. And really applying the pressure right now is Mayer in that Porsche over Dietzold.
Down towards turn 5. The scene has so many overtakes so far, not even 25 minutes gone in this race. What can Manuel Mayer do under braking to displace the FPB Ferrari from 4th place? Is unable to get any advantage under braking as we head up the hill towards turn 7. Mayer stalking the back of that Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo car. And there's not too many overtaking spots through the infield section of this track. It's really turn 12 that is the most conventional overtaking spot from now on. It's all going to be about who gets the better exit out of the carousel, out of turn number 10. FPB, our former race leaders, not really having the pace that they were showing up front. I wonder if their tyres are overheated or something. That Ferrari just not looking the same. Oh, big snap there from Manuel Mayer and the Fisher Motorsports Porsche car. And again, Tim, we're seeing another car almost losing it at the kink. How? And I'm going to ask this again. How did Fisher Motorsports not end up in the fence?
I tell you what, considering the track temperatures out there and seeing how hard these drivers are pushing, I'm really not sure how they've managed to keep it out of the water on a few occasions. Big twitches, big moments, and they've held them absolutely superbly. But you see the track temperatures right up there now. We're looking at 115 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 46 degrees Celsius. It's hotter than we had in qualifying. May attempt to right in the slipstream. This could be a lunge, but no, FPB. See them coming, move across, just cover that one off, and then move, really clever there, Sam. Just move their car across, about half a car's width across the front end of the Porsche and to cover them off, but this could be the change here, no. There's Fisher, just have a little look there once again, but really clever just to move the car halfway across, and therefore to still keep the corner opened up a bit towards you. Definitely not as compromised as going full defensive, but preventing the overtake from Fisher in that Porsche.
Thought there was going to be contact, in fact, on the apex of turn 3, but they get away with that. This is your race leader. We haven't really seen much of the Lone Wolf Motorsports car. We saw his first attempt at getting through the traffic, but it's all really been plain sailing for the 747 car, lapping through the GT3s for the second time in this race, but just in the perfect spot. Almost 7 seconds separates himself and second place. And actually, between Albrecht Motorsports and Rusty Spatulas, that battle remains very tight. 7/10 separating second and third. And Tim, look at this. I mean, Gomez, he just doesn't really have to do much. He's not having to force any moves. He's got such a buffer that he can wait, he can relax, he can be really calm and collected through traffic, and that just helps your race out so much.
It does indeed, sir. It really does indeed. You see, I'll tell you what, we've had some cracking results in so far already this race. A little bit because of commiseration from some of them, but we're now entering that phase of the race at half an hour gone where the field's starting to spread out a little bit. So when it comes around to lapping cars, it gets that little bit easier. And you're able to manage a race a bit more better compared to what you could do previously. And actually, everyone, you know, they've moved away from the adrenaline phase of the race, Seb, where the first opening 15-20 minutes, it's, you know, really pumped, trying to make some moves, and then you come around to making your way through the traffic again. That heightens the adrenaline levels. Oh no, fuck off again.
Disaster for them. Oh, reversing onto the track. Where are they? They're on the short straight between turns 13 and 14. I wonder if VSCA Autotech have been assisted in that spin, although it is very easy to run wide. Rejoins in the mid-pack of the LMP2 field. I don't think, Tim, I saw too much damage to the front end of that Porsche, so I don't think they've made contact with the wall, but that's the second time that VSCA Autotech has been off the track, really in the vicinity of turn 14.
We see a bit of a move going on here, CMS versus Gee. But yeah, identical parts of the traffic, this time on the run towards turn 14 rather than on the exit. But well, how to keep that one out the wall once again. Let's see this. I tell you, we've had some absolutely brilliant camera work so far from our producer Samuli. Yeah, again, you can see that just down the long straight here and the run down towards 5. Just displaying how the field's starting to spread out a little bit now, but it's still really competitive. And you've got, you know, 10th place separated by just 3/10 of a second. Also, good to see that we've still got 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 as well in GT3. This was all playing out really, really nicely. I'll tell you what, oh no, that's FPB having a big moment. This is Fisher's chance there. They need to make the move. While Dietzold is licking his wounds a little bit and just his head's out of the game just that little bit. So you see, taking a really late apex compared to the Porsche there. That's going to leave him potentially a bit vulnerable. The start-finish straight. But I'm not sure that May has managed to capitalise off this, especially now we're going to have a LMP2 coming past them.
Yeah, that was very wide. I do believe the FPB wide through Canada corner. In fact, the Porsche of Fisher Motorsports pulls back into the slipstream. It's a little bit further away, in fact, from the Ferrari than he's previously been into turn 1. Like you, Tim, a little bit surprised that Mayer was unable to capitalize on that mistake, but the Ferrari remains in 4th place. But that Porsche is looking absolutely rapid at the moment as we head down towards turn 5. What does Fisher Motorsports feel? Oh, there's a car off in the background. That's Disco Motorsports. He is falling down the order. I think, Tim, he's had an issue as we regain our battle for 2nd place. Sorry, 4th place.
That's the just trying to catch you. That is heading through, and this is what I was talking about, Seb, where you've got the traffic coming through. That was Albrecht Motorsports, and then we've got, wow, this is going to be close. There you go, they've done it, Seb. They've done it. They've used the traffic cleverly there, and it's not just for the GC, so the LMP2s to make an advantage, but I tell you what, FBP instantly under pressure right now from NR Esports, who was straight onto the back of them. And this is where you can be really clever. As much as you're the solo cars and you find the LMP2s can get in your way, you can also use them to your advantage. And that is exactly what Manuel Mayer did for Fisher Motorsports in that Porsche. But he's going to have to defend because FPV... Oh, there's contact there!
FPB crashing into the back of the Porsche. They somehow managed to remain all heading in the right direction, but now FPB very much under pressure from the NRE Esports Porsche as we head towards turn 14 once again. And it seems that Dietzold has been defending from a Porsche for the last few laps, and the falls off into the pit. So that is their first pit stop. A little bit early, I think, Tim. And
very early. We were maybe feeling like a little bit damaged. We're struggling with the tyres, electing to pull in there after that compromised entrance. Now, in these cars, you should be able to go through an hour. Actually, I think he's gone past his pit box there, so this looks more like a drive-through to me. And that is really not helping them. There's definitely a drive-through after what was an incredible start from battling the in front. They've come out, Seb, 19th in class. Well done.
Well done. Our former race leaders, don't forget. I mean, they were leading the field, and I wonder if that is a drive-through. Sorry, so we see the LMP2 diving to the inside of turn 7, and then Fisher Motorsports capitalizing on that defense to the inside, allows the LMP2 traffic to come right around the outside. And actually, the World Sim Racing team, the 51, that really helped the Porsche because it slowed FPB down quite considerably, and that put them on the back of the NRE Esports Porsche. And then we saw that contact heading down towards Canada corner. And Tim, if it was a drive-through and it was for incidents, that would be 15 that he's managed to get in 33 minutes of racing, and that's not really good, and that's a lot of incidents, in fact, to pick up in such a short amount of time. It's the World of Sim Racing team. And Rusty Spatulas as well, 4th and 5th, crashing out. Benidi managing to stay in 3rd place, but Rusty Spatulas, they had such a good start. They were challenging for 2nd place, I do apologize, and falling down the order. And I wonder, Tim, was that helped out by the World of Sim Racing team? It's Race for Cat off the track as well through turn 14. That's going to concede the place to Talk Freak. Talk Freak now up into 7th place. Race for Cat demoted down to 8th once again. And Tim, you mentioned it earlier. It's like a switch gets flicked, and all of a sudden it's like there's oil on the track, because that's 2 cars off in quick succession.
Just seeing the replay of what happens to World of Sim Racing. Oh, Rusty Spatulas, they got caught up. Wow. Well said. They got caught up on one of the Mercedes, I think was it the GRG car, and it was the evasive action that Rusty Spatulas had to take, which led. Likewise with Fisher. Here we go. This will show us on board from Rusty Spatulas' point of view, and you see, well, they just got clumsy. Wow, how they didn't hit the rear end of that Mercedes, but it was like the 2 in front of them almost got a bit confused and tripped up over one another. Coming through at Rush full chat was Tiano Rusty Spatulas. That's what caused it. It was the TR powered by Geeks Mercedes. In fact, I believe that they were tripping up over there.
Oh, there's a car disconnecting there. One of the Mercedes, Fogel, I think, they're having a few internet disconnection issues. Oosting ahead of this fight, the number 52 DSRT Racing silver team, and then we've got the TR car, and then the LTS Motorsports, all scrapping it out for 10th place in the GT3 class. Ferrari, Mercedes, Lamborghini, and then only a few tenths of a second behind them is Albrecht Motorsports, Tobias Gabler into the pit. So another driver deciding to stop earlier on, and actually Fisher Motorsports as well coming into the pit. So I think, Tim, this is our first genuine pit stop, but our race leader, Gomez, goes through. Benidi as well, and so does Rusty Spatulas. So are they getting more fuel mileage, or is this a little bit tactical as we see Element Sim Racing fire under pressure from Talk Freak? Talk Freak pulling out, diving to the inside, getting the move done well before the braking zone of turn 1, but this is not over. Element Sim Racing fire, diving to the inside through turn 3, so close to contact there. Talk Freak managed to hang it around the outside. Flash of the lights from Element Sim Racing fire there in the slipstream, but I don't think they're going to be close enough to make a move into the braking zone of turn 5, and Talk Freak up into 4th. But Tim, these pit stops, again, are we seeing drivers try and come in early, try and beat the strategy?
Well, they said we are in prime pit window territory for the LMP2s right now, Seb. It's a little bit early, hence why you've had so many come in. Albrecht, Fisher, Precision Training, Bates, Agi, and Race for Cat as well. Look, they're joined in as our producer Samusa Sednar here, rightly so, behind a big pack of GT3s, and they've got their work cut out yet again to come through this cluster of cars.
Really damaging. Does this give the advantage to the other drivers that stayed out? Lone Wolf Motorsports, the race leaders, they're into the pits, and I expect to see the World of Sim Racing team join them very shortly. You can see from the timing stands, Gomez in to the pits for their first stop. Up towards turn 8, Albrecht Motorsports has got a whole heap of work to do if they want to get past these cars. He dives to the inside through turn 7. Carries a little bit of understeer, but gets it all sewn up before the exit. Can't get past the BMW, though, into turn 8. Gonna have to go the long way round through the carousel. No, decides to duck underneath and go to the inside. But I think, Tim, this is really working out for World of Sim Racing team, Rusty Spatulas, Torque Freak, and Element. They all went a lap later, and that means that they don't have to be involved in all of this traffic and all of this lifting and coasting.
Exactly, Seb, and this is the crucial thing around your pit stops, and to ensure that you don't come out into a bunch of traffic, and it costs you so dearly. Sometimes, you know, depending on what stage of the race, if you're coming up to a bunch of cars, it can actually pay you to pit that lap earlier, so that then, or you know, or even 2 or 3 laps earlier, so you only have to come through this traffic once, and then you have a net gain of time comparison to stopping us. I tell you what, everyone bar CMS who've managed has come into the pits. John Taylor Sammy has worked ridiculously well on this fuel economy and has gone an extra lap compared to the rest of the field. 2 laps, in fact, compared to some of them, as there's our leaders coming back out.
But look at this, Tim. Rusty Spatula's right on to the back of Gomez. I do believe that Lone Wolf Motorsports took tyres, the only car, in fact, or one of the only at the very least, to take tyres in the first round of pit stops, and that has allowed Albrecht Motorsports to gain what will be the race lead when CMSRacing.com pros John Taylor Tammy decides that he's finally had enough of that first tank of fuel and comes into the pit. So Gabler leads Lone Wolf Motorsports now stuck behind the number 20 Ferrari, and that race lead is ebbing away. Rusty Spatulas are gaining time, and Gomez is going to have to go all through that tyre warm-up phase once again. Is this, Tim, a strategic error from our race leaders, because they are in so much traffic once again?
They are indeed. So there's your provisional leader, CMS. They are into the pits, Seb. Where are they going to come out? I think they're going to have a net gain of positions here due to them staying out that little bit longer, extending their gap, and they'll come out further into the front end of that pack of GT3s that everyone's currently wrestling with right now. They're the real intriguing car to watch in this scenario. Over to World of Sim Racing, another team to take tyres, and likewise want to race for cap entries. The number 11 car also taking tyres. The only 2 LMP3s to do, so the only 3 LMP3s. The 3 LMP2. I've lost my track of number 7. It's all this excitement out on track is confusing me between 2s and 3s there.
Oh, I mean, I'm completely with you. Rusty Spatulas gets by the Lamborghini. So, Tobias Gabler is your new race leader, although they haven't taken tyres yet. But Gomez conceded the lead. They have decided to take tyres earlier on in this race. Who is that off the track? Hack Racing once again, Tim.
They've had a bit of an incident somewhere, Seth. So, well, since turn 5, isn't it, I believe? And no, it's a little bit further along, sorry, isn't it? That's just before the carousel. Where they've had
turn 7. So turn 7. So what has happened to the Hack Racing car? I also think that FAC Autotech, the car directly ahead of the Hack Racing car, they've also been off the track later on in the lap. Hack Racing, though, not having the race that they would have wanted. They had pace in qualifying, and I think, Tim, this is going to be a mistake. All by themselves.
Oh, just trying to open up the corner there, Seb, and just dipped it onto the grass in corner entry, went to turn in, the car fully loaded up on the right-hand side, and it just causes the car to snap every single time where you've got no grip on the outside set of tyres, and around you go, and it just ends in disaster, and that's a prime example of where just maybe taking that a little bit, pushing that a little bit too hard. This is the tricky thing with endurance mode self, you just have to rein it into that 95-98% level. Go around like that, because you will find you'll be more consistent and faster. It's quite what we often will find the leaders start to extend further away, and they're not pushing as hard compared to, like, say, the second place car. But I tell you what, these two are right on one top of one another. We haven't got that issue in GT3 right now, Seb. 27 lead from Westwood. And the Audi playing it a bit tactical right now, and I think that is the right thing to do.
I mean, this was the Audi that was off the track at the King, lost some positions and is right back towards the front of the pack. And 27 Motorsports, the pole sitters, in fact, for the GT3 class, not showing the pace that maybe the other pole sitter, Lone Wolf Motorsports, were showing. So I think battle very much on for the GT3 race lead today. You have to say, Westwood Racing Esports looking like a really good challenger. I think you're right, Tim. I think they're saving a little bit of fuel. I expect our GT3 cars to be in, what do you say, Tim, in the next sort of 5 to 7 minutes. There are a few laps left to go. And if you were Westwood, do you want to follow what 27 Motorsports are doing? Or do you want to mix it up a little bit, stop a little bit earlier, or maybe stop a little bit later if possible?
Endurance racing, Seb, you want to run as long as possible. So the crucial thing for our drivers here for GT3s is to get as far over the hour mark as possible. That is the magical time where you'll expect the drivers to pit. If you go under, that proves that you haven't managed your fuel as well as other drivers. If you go as far, much further over it, you've done a really good job. Now, what does that mean in terms of the overall pit strategy? Of course, 2 hours and 40. It's not like we've got a free stopper here. Well, it means that you've got to have to take less fuel on in your final stint, and therefore you are stationary for less time, Seb. And that's when you can make up a bit of time, as the LMP2's just heading through there. That is the Westwood machine, which means that... sorry, it's not the Westwood car, is it? Apologies, that's the car in front of us, but... yeah, there we go. We've got another car. That's the 112 for us dispatches. So that was Lone Wolf just heading through there, and the trickier parts of the course to pass.
Yeah, really splitting our top two in the GT3 field, and fortunately for them, we've got some more LMP2 traffic to the inside. Splits once again the top two, and that is Talk Freak. Getting by, though, will get neatly ahead of the 27 Motorsports car, as that's DSRT. Robin Oosting's at the wheel. Oh, and there's going to be a close rejoin, and Audi gaining on them quick. Where is that? Is that through a turn? That's turn 14 once again. A Ferrari in the background heads towards the pits, but the 52 DSRT car off the track once again at turn 14. And Tim, that's proving the real action spot here today.
It is indeed, Seb. Seeing that. Probably I was expecting a little bit more into 5 because that big braking zone as well, and the corner almost sort of tails up on exit as well. But 14 has definitely been the hotbed of action where it has all been happening. As no, that's CMS.
Oh, CMS, our champion fuel savers went a lap later than anybody else. Had the strategy nailed down, but I think a mistake on the exit of turn 5. Replay comes now, and what has happened to the 79 car? We've got the 17 behind us. That's AG Motorsports. Through turn 5 we go, and simply loses it, and oh, so close to contact there was the AG Motorsports car. CMS Racing, Tim, I think, I saw out the corner of my eye, they touched the grass on the apex, and that spun the car around. No damage done, but that's going to be damage, and that's the Rusty Spatula's car off at turn 13 on the short shoot towards the final corner, and that definitely made contact with the wall. And I think, Tim, that car is a little bit wayward on a straight line. Have they picked up some steering damage?
Let's find out, Seb, as we just watch them through the... Caught that curving on the outside. It's really treacherous, and a glancing blow, luckily with them, for the concrete wall, but the wheels were turned when they made that contact. It can bend the steering column. We're on board with them right now. Let's take a little look in as they drive in a straight-ish line. And to me, Seb, that steering looked okay. Hopefully we'll stay on with them a little bit longer right to the end of the straight, and you see some of what they're achieving top speed. Well, that looks okay, maybe down ever so slightly, but nothing to write home about at all. see where he's just wrestling there. You can see Arno with the car under acceleration. Driving this car fast, Seb, is to be really smooth and make one continuous input with it, and crucially not to get into the traction control, because that really kills off your momentum on the corner exit, more so than what you have in the GT3s.
So the Jensen Button driving approach to the LMP2 cars. I wonder, I mean, that Rusty Spectralist car took flight. I wonder if they've picked up a little bit of floor damage. That's a nasty bump on the exit of turn 13. Oh, that's the Race to Cap Motorsports car. I do believe that that's at turn 5. They found the gravel, rejoined the track. Again, I can't see any damage to that car, and Audi dives to the inside. That's going to unlap themselves. I'll take it back. There is damage to the outside of that LMP2 car. Don't know if that has been incurred in that incident. Oh, I do believe it has. So getting past one of the Lamborghinis, we've got the 95 Mercedes up ahead. A flash of the lights to indicate he's diving to the inside. Oh, and he just simply didn't brakes too late. Going to make contact, very heavy contact, in fact, with that outside concrete barrier, and I would suspect that we're going to see the number 11 Race to Cap Motorsports car in the pits fairly sharpish.
Yeah, he's getting passed by the GT3s right now, Seb. It's all happening once again. There's Hyper racing off the Porsche. That's Benoit Holtz, the Frenchman, and that's not helping. In these cars, you know, the GT3 is starting to come to end towards the end of their pit windows, Seb.
So close, they're 3 wide as we head down towards turn number 3. 27 Motorsports on the inside line. Westford Racing involved in all of that. Oh, so close to contact there between the 54, the 79 LMP2. So this is a battle for 11th place in LMP2, clashing with the battle for the lead in GT3. They all managed to get away without any damage, and heartbreakingly, you just see in the background the FPB Ferrari just sort of looming in the background of that battle for first, but they are not in it. They are a lap down.
I was just about to say that, Seb. I mean, how depressing. They were battling with these guys for the lead, and then now they find themselves being lapped by their leaders, the cars that they were battling with. It's a real bitter pill to swallow, that one, when you're a driver.
It is. So that car, the 151, has had a little bit of a driver swap as well. So new driver in, maybe hoping for a little bit more luck in the second stint. They've already taken their pit stop, the top 2 yet to grace the pit lane with their presence. But everybody getting away calmly and cool, collectedly, I should say, after that. Oh, there's a car spinning across the track. Where is that? That's the FAC Autotech car once again. I do believe that's actually at turn 1. They get away with it, and another damaged Porsche gets by. Rusty Spatulas arriving on the scene for good measure. But Tim, FAC Autotech, what a disastrous race that they've had today.
I tell you what, Seb, it's like shooting a triple bogey on the disc golf course, the 18-hole course that is here at Road America. It's not been their day whatsoever, and there's a fair few. As you see another one, the TR powered by Geeks Engine Lamborghini there. Oh, that's for position, Seb, and they've managed to, well, have they quite, because it's still going on.
It is through turn 13. We go side by side. That's never going to work. Into the final corner, the 35 Lamborghini TR powered by Geeks Energy just manages to stay ahead of the BMW of Altiez Motorsport, but in the slipstream we are now heading up towards turn number 1. 0.2 of a second, 1.5 tenths. Is Stevens thinking about pulling to the inside line? I think he's just going to back off. The Lamborghini brakes later for good measure. Through turn 1 we go, but all getting close in this final few minutes of the first GT3 stint. And Tim, do you think that has something to do with the fact that the cars are on less fuel, that the cars feel more racy, so you in turn feel a little bit more racy? Or do drivers know that maybe this is the time that they need to get past other cars for their strategy?
It's a tricky conundrum to play out right now, Seb, where you need to weigh up those options. And it's constantly evolving, it's constantly changing, and it's a hard one to say at any given make and time. I mean, ultimately, yes, you want to try and get past the car in front of you, but you need to do it safely. As Rusty Bachelor's off again, Seb.
Rusty Spatulas, I mean, they were so quick. They had such potential in qualifying, had a great start battling for second. It's all unfolded for them in the second stint. They are actually, Tim, they're still in 4th place.
They are indeed, Seb. They've done well. I mean, luckily, due to the gaps in the field right now, they've managed to hold on to that position, but it won't happen in a battle that we can see like this right now. 5th, 6th, 7th in class, separated by a little over half a second. And you can see the flash of lights from Forstorm there. Firestorm, Sean Hatfield. Wow, he is going for it, and he's saying, I want to come past, I want this position off you, but the 76 there of NR Esports is saying, well, if you want to do so, you're going to have to do the hard way, right around the outside. That's what happens, Seb. And it all goes wrong. But look who's capitalised out of them. It's the 67 machine, and flash the lights from him. He's not impressed from it. That's Herbier of Kinetic picking up the scraps there, and now he's on the lights.
Very much on the lights. I don't think he's been off the flasher button or down the straight, but contact drama once again at turn number 1. It feels very much like motorsport the last round, where we have a period of quiet, really nice, tight racing, and then somebody would turn on the sprinklers on the track, and everybody just goes a little bit mad. We have loads of action, and it all calms down again. But NRE Esports up into 5th place. But will that contact with the 29 Audi come back to haunt them in the later stages of the race? Will they encounter a penalty? It's currently 5th place, NRE Esports, 6th Kinetic Racing, Firestorm in 7th. This is the battle for 7th place in LMP2. Wilder Sim Racing going around the outside of the 19 Trading Paint Racing team. The Wilder Sim Racing team, the 51 car, started in 2nd place, and they did the same strategy, didn't they, Tim? Of coming into the pits a little bit earlier, getting those tyres, so they're on fresh rubber, not really working out for them. And in fact, Trading Paints down the inside, they want that position back from Wilder Sim Racing, almost contact as they had to slow down for the 83 BMW. As now into the pit comes our race leader and 2nd place. What does Dixon do in 3rd? He stays out. He's fuel saved for another lap. Meyer in the 84 car into the pits as well. And now, Tim, this is where endurance racing gets even better. We have strategy to come into play for our GT3 drivers.
A bit early, Seb. They haven't made it to the match car mark. 55 minutes on the clock in racing conditions. So we've got a few other drivers. Fisher, Faster, DRG, Firestorm all into the pits as well. It's those that can extend it that bit further that will gain time here, Seb. Those that can move up through the order by just pitting that a little bit later. But I'll tell you what, there's some real battles going on right now. Still, even those drivers, they know they're on really low fuel. At NR Esports, Kinetic and Firestorm all right on top of one another.
Really coming down to the wire in the GT3's NRE Esports, diving to the inside of the number 20 Ferrari. That's LTS. They're a lapped car. Obligingly gets out of the way on the exit of turn number 6. 3-7 we go. Kinetic Racing in 3rd. All of these drivers managing, as you rightly pointed out, Tim, to fuel save to get that extra hour. But even if they come into the pits now, they're not going to get to the hour mark, and that's where it's really crucial for endurance racing. You want to ideally get the hour, but it's less important now that it's a 2-hour 40 race rather than a 3-hour. But still, the teams would be really wanting to eke out the fuel mileage a little bit more. Kinetic Racing got a great run on NRE Esports through the kink of turn 11 down towards Canada corner. They've got an LMP2 in the background. Kinetic Racing, I think, saw the number 14 in the mirrors, decided not to make a move, not to get themselves into more trouble than it's worth at this stage of the race. Dixon for the Maguire's team into the pits, and I hazard a guess, Tim, that we're going to see the 76, 67 and the 29 follow suit. And there we go, all of them diving into the pits. So their fuel is very much running dry. Pit limiter on, pit stops, and now it's about, I guess, Tim, who is going to take tyres and who is feeling a little bit adventurous in this extreme track temperature.
During the last stop, Seb, there was only one car, realistically, which was Fisher the TR powered by Geeks in GT3 that did not take tyres. Oh, hold on. That's not hacked racing. That's not where you stop.
Have they missed their pit box?
I think they have, Seb. I think they have, because you saw them just roll back a little bit there, and they've stopped dead. Now, this is where it gets a bit tricky, because I think that might be in the collision zone. Obviously, you can go through cars where you're further across the right-hand side, but that car abandoned there. Oh, no, and they've towed. They've gone. Yeah, they've towed the bit, so they did miss their pit stops by a country mile as well, Seb.
They have. So, I mean, it's easily done as you enter the pits, but Tim, I wonder, can they rejoin the race? I know that in qualifying we have the rule that if you tow back to the pits, it's race over. Is that the same in the race? Can an easy mistake to make, like missing your pit box, cost you the race a race position?
Well, Seb, let's take a look at the replay. I'm going to have to dig through the rule book because I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to tell you wrong either way. So it looks like a decent pit end. Well, very early onto the pit limiter of ridiculous amounts. You know, a couple of nearly 100 meters before the pit limiter line, and there's their box they're just about to pass now. And Sukarczyk has completely and utterly missed it. I think the realization now has clicked in, and I'm going to see him grind to a halt any second. There we go.
So at this point, he's realised that he's missed the pit box, and of course, Tim, you can't reverse down the pit lane. There are
you can see on this dashboard there, Seb. Look, you can see the R, the big red R, red background, white letter R in the middle of his dashboard. So he has engaged reverse. There you go, rolling the car backwards, and then has maybe realised that he can't because he's going to incur a penalty if he hasn't done already, because if you do roll back, you can roll back to an extent, obviously, to allow for when you overshoot your pit box, Seb. But I think they've incurred a penalty. Of course, they don't have enough fuel to carry on and do another lap. So their only option is to tow the car, and I will fully clarify the rules for you as to whether that is looking like a disqualification for that team or not.
So Maguire's team, Van der Nessy, they have actually been into the pits, and this Porsche leads the pack. So they, I think, by not stopping for tyres, in fact they haven't, they were stationary in their pit box for some 42 seconds, have come out in the race lead. Oh, who is that? That's Firestorm Motorsports, one of the Audis. They were battling, I do believe, for 4th and 5th place in class. They are off the track. That's on the exit of turn number 7. And what has happened to Broderick Johnson at the wheel of that number 30 Audi? Is it a simple case of running wide, or has there been a little bit of contact to help that Audi find the barriers? Not quite sure, as our wonderful producer Samudi Kumo instantly keying up the replay so we can find out. So he runs onto the grass. Oh, so he's run onto the grass on the entry to turn 7, and he's going to hit the wall. Just a minor bit of contact to the rear of that Audi. Very unusual to see a car losing it on the entry to turn 7, you have to say, but I think they'll get away with that one. Kinetic Racing, they're making moves, this time past the number 4 car of Delta Racing. Kinetic Racing having the stint of their lives in the opening stint of the race. And what can they do? They didn't... Sorry, I stand corrected, they did take tyres at the pit stop, so fresher rubber than the cars around them. That might help them as we head into the later points of the race. But we've just crossed the hour mark in your LMP2 field. It's Gabler, your race leader. Albrecht Motorsports choosing not to take tyres, and that's working out for them. But you can see the 747 car, Lone Wolf Motorsports, they did take tyres. That gap was at some points over 9 seconds, but Lone Wolf Getting that gap down now to 0.2 of a second. Lone Wolf, of course, your pole sitters. So they have the pace, but they have a whole lot of traffic up ahead of them, both LMP2s and GT3. So it's Gabler in the lead, Gomez second, and Vorosky for Talk Freak Racing Ascari. They're in third as well. They didn't take tyres as well. That's your top three in LMP2. We ride on board with Thomas Gabler, gets past the 76 Porsche, that's NRE Esports, completely gets out of the way before the kink. Crucially for Olbrich, he can go through the kink flat out, but there's a BMW rejoining. Contact for the race leader. There's a Ferrari involved in that as well. And where is that Ferrari? That cannot be the same Ferrari in the background there. If they manage to get away, Tim, without any form of major collision through there, I will be utterly astounded.
Right, according to our event logger that we have here, I think they might have got away with it. So see the Ferrari just in the bottom right corner there, just heading out of shot. Got a little bit loose, and now they get distracted by the BMW run wide. The LMP2K is foot in it. No, that's... Wow, they got away with that, Seb. Hit the wall, straightened the car back out again. And I'll tell you what, 10 out of 10 for stalling that one out. That is almost as good as spinning, do a full 360 and carrying on like nothing has happened.
Well, something has happened out on the track. Outright Motorsports conceding the lead to Lone Wolf Motorsports. So that strategy they took of taking tyres, paying off in the latter stages of his stint. But that Ferrari must have heavy front-end damage, Tim. And that was a major collision with the wall. Yes. But I have never, ever seen a car that's been collected through after turn 11 down towards Canada Corner, continued driving. I mean, you see the front end of that car looking a little bit of a sorry sight, but they're still going. The DSRT Sim X Pro car, but that car must be a handful to drive at the moment. I'm lost for words, Sim. I've, as I said, never seen a car that's had a collision get away with it, you know, let alone still be driving after the fact. Down in 22nd place at the moment. I wonder, I mean, it's almost at the worst time possible, isn't it, for them? It's just after their first pit stop, so they've now got to do a whole hour of racing before they come into the pits if they want to stay on their pit strategy.
It is, Seb. It really is, but there's a drag race on here for the lead, Seb. 27 versus Maguire's. Maguire's on the outside, 27 on the inside. They might have this one covered. Well, I think they do, Seb.
They do. 27 Motorsports lead the race once again as we head into turn 1. And I wonder, Tim, what has happened to the 87 of Westford Racing? Because they have lost out quite a considerable amount of time, 13 seconds. In fact, they were slower in the pit stop. Has 27 Motorsports underfueled? Are they taking their sprint? Sorry, are they taking their 40-minute allotment of fuel now? Because that is very different. It's Tim. I do believe we've got our first full course yellow.
We have indeed, Seb. We have indeed. And one in LMP2 to join the track, and that's only just crossing the start-finish line now. So we are in for a little bit of an extended period here. And then we will head into the cars being waved around and the pits opening. So a chance to drive a Seb. Well, and Seb, let's face it, we were saying about the, obviously, you know, the damage incurred not helping some of our drivers at this stage, especially in GT3. But what it does mean is that this has not helped GT3 even further, because it's a real conundrum. Do you hop back into the pits when the pit lane reopens, take fuel, top up, and go again? Do you even take tyres and go again? I don't think they'll be taking tyres. Certainly those that have already taken them won't be. Topping up on fuel, well, you're going to lose quite a bit of track position, Seb, so where you are in the pack, which won't help you at all. I think we won't see many, if any, of the GT3s come in. However, in LMP2, Seb, they are roughly just over halfway through their stint. So I think we'll see quite a few of those, if not all of the LMP2 field come in contrast. But at the end of the day, Seb, I'm just the expert. What do I know? Wait for me to be completely and utterly disproved on this one, certainly around GT3. But I think LMP2, definitely all, if not most of the field will be in. And GT3, I just can't see many of them coming in.
I completely concur with you there, Tim. Welcome back. I think we had a little bit of an audio issue, but if you didn't hear, we are under full course yellow procedure. Everybody now stopping out on track. I think we had a little bit of an incident in the GT3 field, and that's ticked over the incident limit towards needing to have a full course yellow. It's a random point that it tracks every incident, or incident point, I should say, that each driver has. And once that hits the threshold that is, in fact, unknown to us as commentators, to the drivers and the organisers themselves, and once that threshold is hit, we have an automated full course yellow. So these drivers now, both the 35 and the 87, just driving around, heading to the back of their collective fields, and we will soon get our pit stops underway here, Tim. And I think you're right. I don't expect to see many of the GT3s in. Maybe some of the lower down drivers gambling a little bit. But I mean, we're only an hour and 10 minutes into this race. We've still got, you know, just over half the race to go. I mean, you can't for sure bet that there isn't going to be another full course yellow. So it's really damned if you do, well, damned if you don't stuff.
Seb, I've just been looking off to where we are on the clock. I mean, we have been stationary for about a couple of minutes, but even so, I expect maybe to see a few of the earlier stoppers in GT3 to head into the pits, because if you think about it now, they're currently about a quarter of the way through their next stint. It will mean they still have to stop twice more, but it could offer a bit of, obviously, where the field is now going to be compacted up again due to this full course yellow period when we get restarted. If you're one of the strong contenders a little bit further down through the field, like you say, that alternative strategy to start to play a part here, as we've just got wave bys happening right now as the whole field in GT3, in fact, is coming through. Lead two were of 27 Motorsport and Maguire, Seb. They were the last two cars to come around cross line and obviously join the back of that train. So now we've got a wave round happening for the whole field, bar those two cars, to bring them all back into line here.
They are exactly, Tim. So full course yellow procedures very much underway here at Road America. They're just going to pull in behind their race leader, and then everybody will be allowed to get going again. In fact, here it is now. We see the 27
filing past in order as the pit lane is now open, Seb. Are we going to find out who's going to head into the pit? Who's going to head back in again? I think this is going to really throw cat amongst pigeons potentially with some of the drivers. Expect some drama, expect some alternative strategy going along, but I think our leader, 27 Motorsports, won't come in at all. I think Maguire's, well, they had a really short stop set. They were only stationary for 42 seconds. I think they'll come in potentially. They're going to be an interesting one, and I think they're going to. I think they'll end up doing the opposite to what 27 do. Well, there you go. I'm pretty sure I've just seen them peel off. Said yes, they're in.
They are in. So almost all of our LMP2 field are in the pits. Gomez, Gabler, Vorosky, Tintino as well, and only World of Sim Racing staying out. In fact, in your LMP2 field. So World of Sim Racing team really rolling the dice. And will it work out for them? Or will they be losing out? And you're right, a few GT3s deciding to come into the pits. CMS Racing Pro, Money House, Firestorm, and Disco Motorsport all into the pits. Very interesting dynamic here at Road America. So all of our drivers will now be required to come back to a stop where they were stopped only ago, and then we will get our restart procedure underway here at Road America. And I know it's really hard to work it out, but I am going to ask you, Tim, do you think this is a good idea from World of Sim Racing to stay out? I guess they're banking on another another full course yellow.
Tell you what, Seb, it's an intriguing one. And as much as I said the Maguire's car had come into the pit, Seb, it looks like they're completely and utterly playing the mind games there, and they have elected not to come in, I think. So, intriguing one, and I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to do the maths roughly now, Seb. I mean, they are roughly about halfway through a stint. So it's going to throw them onto an alternative strategy now, Seb. But it has gained them a lot of track position. And like you say, if there was another full course yellow, I think that's when this is where it could pay dividends for them. So I'm just trying to do some rough maths of this actually could I think where they would have a half stint effectively towards the end of the race, due to the race being 2 hours 40. I think this could work for them. I think this it's a gamble for them, Seb, and I think they will have to do a little bit of fuel saving just to balance it out. But I think this could well work for them. It's going to take a lot, but I think that's what was required from them. Of course, they've fallen down through the order a bit, so this has brought them right back into line. But the restart, Seb, they're going to have the track position, and they're going to have the pace advantage because they have only got roughly about half the fuel in the car compared to their competitors around them. So I think they're going to just go half a lever, go for it, see what happens there. And this is where it gets tricky for the competitors as well, Seb, because they're on a different strategy. So so the drivers' teammates in the other teams will have to be, working it out, doing the numbers to work out, well, okay, are we on track? Because they are all in a different world now of a conundrum of trying to understand where they roughly are. But World of Sim Racing, they will know themselves far better than the competitors, and it's going to ask a lot of questions of the teams around them. And so we've got the wave buys beginning now, and just wait for those to complete, Seb, and then we'll be going racing once again.
So any driver that's not on the lead lap will get a wave by, and they have to drive all the way around, and they'll regain at least one lap on their competitors, or if they're lucky, sort of be back on the lead lap in their class. So, FAC Autotech, that have really not had, the best race from their side. 2 mistakes, a little bit of contact with the wall and whatnot, but they are almost being given a second chance in this race. you know, these full course yellows, they really do mix up the grid. They really do throw a new dimension into the race. And still over half of the race to go, or at least we can say that until about a minute's time in the first half of the race. So lots of things can happen, and I'm sure they will. And crucially, when the World of Sim Racing team get going and Lone Wolf Motorsports get going as well, they are going to be right next to each other. It's going to be like Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, Abu Dhabi 2021. The two drivers going at it for the race win. And just to sort of keep you aware of the start procedure. So what's going to happen is once everybody's had their wave by, once everybody is in the right spot to start the race, then the race director will decide that everything is ready, and we will go for one lap at full course yellow pace, and then the race leader will get underway. The virtual pace car will pull in, and they have to accelerate on the apex of the final corner. So it's a little bit different to the race start, when it's up to the race leader to decide when they get going. It's all about, well, it's all written in the rules, so there's not much ambiguity there. So not much of an advantage can be had if you are the race leaders. But Tim, I am so looking forward to getting this race back underway. Many different strategies playing themselves out. Not many of the GT3s pitting, but some, you know, in the lower down orders have decided to come into the pits, and then the complete opposite in LMP2, where we've got, you know, World of Sim Racing staying out and the rest of them coming into the pits. Really, really fascinating stuff here.
I'm proof that I do roughly know what I'm on about. It's worked out beautifully. I mean, I'm fascinated by the strategy going on at World of Sim Racing. I think as you are as well, Sam. That is the really intriguing one for me, of how that's going to play out for them. They needed to do something a bit bold, a bit brave, a bit ambitious, and they've done it here. It's either going to work out beautifully for them, or it's going to prove to be a complete disaster and not worth the gamble. But sometimes when you're in these situations, you need to take these gambles, or calculated risks as they will probably view it. I think that's going to be a real interest. I mean, a little bit surprised personally by the Maguire's car in GT3, the Porsche. They had the shortest stop of anyone in GT3, only stationary for 42 seconds according to our timing software here. So I question whether they've taken, I think they must have taken their shorter stint early on, but for the middle stint effectively, which again is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, because they're going to be quick at the start, less fuel, more pace. And this sort of situation, Seb, is exactly where you want it, because you are going to have cars behind you harassing you, haranguing you, weaving, trying to find a way past. Equally, you've got your own ambitions to get the car ahead of you, and that's for the race lead in GT3. And that offset in pace difference that is going to provide them, I think this could give them the slight edge in GT3. And I think with Chris Van der Nies at the wheel, I think we could see something a little bit special from him.
Well, we're about to find out. We are going to go green at the end of this lap. And Marco Pereira leads the LMP2s around the back of the circuit. Lone Wolf Motorsports demoted once again to second place. They only just managed to get by another car for the race lead, but they are back to second place. Got to do it all over again, and this is going to be one to watch. We will get going at the end of the lap, which means that as we hit the apex of turn 14, the final corner, everybody will accelerate back up to racing speed, and then we can get this race underway. Just under half of the race to go here, so plenty more action to come, I am sure. And I cannot wait. Watch for Talk Freak in third place. They've been slowly gaining places through the stint. They have come into the pit, so they are back on to the strategy that at least Lone Wolf and the rest of the cars are on. And Talk Freak, they've been rapid all season long. Didn't have the qualifying that they might have wanted to have, but I have a feeling that Joshua Wolf at the wheel of the number 43 is going to be a little bit exciting on the restart. Tim, we round turn 13. All eyes on that gold and white car, the 51. As we hit the apex of the final corner, the foot will go flat to the floor and gets underway. A great start there from first place, but Wolf now into the slipstream of Dwarf Horn as we head down towards turn number 1. Torque Freak versus Lone Wolf Motorsport. Does Torque Freak want to strike while the iron is hot? Yes, they do. Torque Freak to the inside, side by side with Lone Wolf Motorsports. So close contact, Torque Freak spins! Torque Freak spins around, their chances of a race win falling away so quickly, and now can they get it out of the gravel? Yes, they can, but heartbreak for Torque Freak Racing Ascari as the GT3 field ushers through as well. And that just goes from bad to worse as they now have all of this traffic to get through just to get onto the back of P12.
Almost race ending for Torque Freak from second. Oh, there's a spinner in the midfield, Seb. There's been contact
Oh, there's
there.
LMP2. Hometown Hero Racing, Lee Walter Huber at the wheel of the 54 car, precariously on the apex of turn 5. And just like Torque Freak, has to watch all of the GT3 usher through. And will he actually come out ahead of Torque Freak? He might not, in fact. Wolf actually through, so Hometown Hero Racing, a really costly mistake for them. Rusty Spatulas, though, up into 6th place. And I wonder, Tim, if they use this opportunity to come in and repair some of the damage that they might have had. We saw them hitting the curbs quite ferociously earlier on. They're now into 6th place and actually gapping Trading Paints. Trading Paints off the road. Can they hold it? Yes, they can, but forces the number 17 AG Motorsport wide, and now the number 10 as well. One of the Race for Cap cars capitalizing on that mistake as well, and Trading Paints, oh, will-to-will incident there. The 96 Tim picking up a drive-through, a penalty, and that's Albrecht Motorsports, and that is disastrous for their race. They choose to come in. Oh, massive accident! Huge accident!
We've got about 5 cars involved, and Fisher Motorsports Porsche is still barrel-rolling down towards Canada corner, Seb. That, I think, could be race-ending for them. And oh no, look, it's the LMP2 there, Seb, of Torque Freak. They've been freaks. That was it. That was in a secondary accident because they weren't caught up in that initially, and that is one bruised and battered Delara P217.
Torque Freak Racing Ascari's race goes from bad to worst of plain old disappointing. What has happened? So the 52 DSR-T, the number 52 Ferrari is just going to come across. Oh, so there's already been a first accident there. I think that's between one of the Porsches and I think a Ferrari, and then everybody just slowly finds their way through the carnage. And let's see, so this is Joshua Wolf. So the 43 Torque Freak Racing Ascari car, Tim. Oh, and there was nothing he could do.
Nothing whatsoever, Seb. I mean, what caused the big incident for the Fisher Motorsport Porsche was where he then speared across and hit the Torque Freak's LMP2. That's what caused him to start barrel rolling down towards Canada corner. We get enough from another angle here. So there you go. You're going to see contact. Now it's net code between the pair of them. And there you go. That's what just cannoning off. As it was also the 52, a Ferrari involved in that as well. I believe it was. Yes, that was Tom Carroll of
More
DSRT.
contact, sorry to cut across you there, Tim. And that is between Trading Paints and Race for Cat. I thought we were going to see a very similar accident that we did a few laps ago. It's Rusty Spatulas, they're off the track somewhere along the lines. There they are to the outside of turn 14. All is happening on this restart. And Tim, Lone Wolf Motorsports down in 3rd place. And Element Sim Racing Fire getting past the former race leaders. Race for Cat dives to the inside into turn number 1, past the Trading Paints car. So close to contact, but does what Torque Freak couldn't do on the restart. Trading paints now in 7th place, and that's very wide there from Loomis behind in the Precision Racing Esports car. That's going to put him under pressure from the other Race for Cat car and also the number 14 Fisher Motorsports. And are they going to go 3 wide as we head down towards turn 5 for another time here with side-by-side action. Precision just edge out Fisher Motorsport. There's a car off the track. That's the other Race for Cat car. Race for Cat, the number 10, misjudging their braking zone into turn 5. That's going to allow Loomis through. So the 211 car, after going wide, Tim, only a few corners to go, making up a position. Although, as I said, that is still squabbling as we head towards turn number 8.
Oh, cautious, recautious as that was just in the back of one of the Race for Cat cars. That was the number 10 machine, just having a little bit of moment going a bit wide, but into the pit, Seb, taking on heavy repairs. FBP, Fisher Motorsport, DSR team, Resolve in GT3, and of course the LMP2 and Sawbury caught up in amongst it. And if they hadn't have had that incident at turn 1 on the restart, Seb, they would never have been there.
That's a really astute point to make there, Tim. Yeah, that all started, didn't it, with that dive to the inside on Lone Wolf Motorsports, and that just set off a domino effect, which ended them, I mean, effectively having their race over. As we see Kinetic Racing, they're in 6th place at the moment, so another car that we've tended to see closer to the front of the field than not. But in 6th place at the moment, they've got Westford Racing Esports right behind them in the Audi. And I think this full course yellow has been really detrimental to Westwood Racing's strategy. I think they gambled on not having a full course yellow in the second stint, running long, and then stopping later on, I should say, for the final stint, while other drivers and other teams decided to take less fuel in this middle stint. So Westford, I think, on the back foot at the moment, but as we've seen, things can change in an absolute heartbeat around this circuit. And I'm sure we are not over and done when it comes to action around the Road America circuit. Down towards turn 1 we go. We have a lot of German manufacturers, only split up by a few Italian Lamborghinis. But it's Campbell in 6th place at the wheel of the Kinetic Racing VSCA GT3 Porsche. And Willem Hager, the Westwood Racing Esports Audi. And now we've got a little bit of LMP2 traffic coming through as well. I think that's the 54 car that spun on the inside of turn 5 at the restart. Gets neatly by both GT3s, and Lee Walter Huber there just going to make the move on one of the Fisher Motorsports car. Nice and calm, actually a little bit wide, a little bit slow, I should say, on the apex of turn 5. It's going to get the move done, simply just having more acceleration off the corner. But Tim, that was a start. That was a really good restart, not for some of the drivers, but everything's calmed down now. Do you think drivers, after that frantic start, regaining their composure and once again seeing the long game here?
Definitely seems to be that way, Seb. Definitely seems to be that way. We're never short of drama in this championship, and once again, this hasn't failed to deliver. We have still got just short of an hour and 10 minutes left remaining as well, Seb, where I think there's going to be a few more twists and turns to this tale. We've got key battles going on. I mean, World of Sim Racing, they've managed to pull out a 2.8 second advantage over Volmers. However, Seb, on the 2 laps ago, Volmers of Element Sim Racing Fire did set the fastest lap of the race, 151.09. So he's definitely pushing to close that
track. Sorry, Tim, to cut across you once again. Hyper Racing team finding the barriers, and that's a Canada corner. Sorry, Tim.
That's okay. That's okay. They've lost a ton of places from that, but yeah, definitely that gap is going to close up maybe, or they started to stagnate at the front of LMP2. But I'll tell you what, GT3 is wide open right now. As Delta, they get past with a nudge, and SNR Esports, thank goodness, there's a big runoff area there into the gravel track. Otherwise, that would have been race ending for them as well.
It would have been. Yeah, thank God for gravel tracks. I mean, we've seen some horrendous accidents in real-life motorsports at turn 1. And that's why we have such a runoff, such as the speed that you carry. World of Sim Racing are in the pit. So that's an early pit stop there, of course, because they didn't stop under the full course yellow. So now we're really going to see if this if World of Sim Racing team strategy is going to pay off. I doubt that they'll take tyres at this stop and they pass a real selection of wounded GT3 cars after that incident that we saw towards Canada corner. But I just have a sinking feeling in my heart, Tim, that this pit stop for World, or this strategy, I should say, for World of Sim Racing just isn't going to work out for them.
I don't know, Seb. I don't know. It's an interesting one, and I think it may well, by a bit of leap magic faith, bit of fuel saving thrown in for good measure too, it could work on them. It could well work for them, especially if we have another big incident, which we've not really been short of them here today, have we?
Oh, certainly not.
You get a feeling that maybe, just maybe, there's another one in the waters, just brewing somewhere, and that could come right back into their hands. But equally, if you find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time, as we've already seen in LMP2, Seb, from Tour Freak, who are still stationary. It's in fact 3 cars who involved in that incident, DSRT and Resolve, they are still stationary as well. Looks like, I think Fisher, I think they may well have retired the car, Seb. And, well, FPB have, looks like they may well have retired too, so, yeah. I mean, if you find yourself wrong place, wrong time, it all goes wrong for you through no fault of your own. But Element Simfire Racing, the hands of Volmers right now being the perennial hot knife butter, scything his way through the traffic.
And interestingly, Element Sim Racing Fire actually gapping the Lone Wolf Motorsports car. So Element Sim Racing Fire really benefiting from that full course yellow as they go through a cloud of dust thrown up by one of the Ferraris up ahead. Gets past them cleanly as we head through turns 2 and now turn 3, and just going to dart to the inside line. Make it clear that we're getting past the slower GT3 traffic. Next up is the number 95 for our race leaders, but can't get anywhere near them into the braking zone. Nice and smooth. We were riding on board, I think it was Rusty Spatulas earlier on, and they were really aggressive. They had aggressive turn in. Jan at the wheel of that, the number 7, very smooth, really allowing the tyres time to find their optimal grip. We head into the braking zone now. Can't get past the number 45 Mercedes, but that won't bother our race leader too much. The gap is now up to some 5 seconds. And have Element Sim Racing Fire played a little bit of a blinder here, Tim? Because they are just running away with this race. Look at the amount of traffic that Lone Wolf Motorsports find themselves in. They are just swamped through the carousel. They go. They've still got an Audi up ahead of them as they head into the kink. And that gap is just extending. It's already up to 6.7 seconds.
The carousel wasn't so much of an issue, Seb, because due to the downforce of these cars, you can hold on right around the outside of a GT3, but it has definitely held them up. Look, it's up to 7.1 seconds now. But also, Lone Wolf are extending their gap over the car behind them, CMSRacing.com Pro. So it's working in numerous ways. This is constantly evolving and changing as he's going to have to take to the cross and squeeze. No, he's stuck. He's stuck, Seb. Look, he's boxed in by 2 battling GT3s. He's going to squeeze down the middle.
So close to making contact with the 83 BMW there. He was stuck. This is all unraveling for the Lone Wolf Motorsports LMP2 car, wide on the exit of turn 1 for good measure. But he was trapped. There was nowhere to go. And I thought for a minute we might see a flying 747 car, but just able to avoid any form of incident. But what has that done for our race? Our former race leaders and our pole sitters. And once again, Albrecht Motorsports picking up another drive through. Tim, we know that they were in the pits a few laps ago after picking up their first drive through, and they're going to be straight back into the pits to have another one. And that is P15. Luke Daniels off the track. Disco Motorsports, the BMW, on the exit of, I think, actually, I'm not quite sure where the Disco Motorsports car has come a cropper on the exit, I should say, of turn 5 as the camera switches. And once again, Tim, everything is happening at once.
It is, Seb. It is. It's all happening again, isn't it? Once again. Oh, well, there you go. Firestorm, the 30 machine, and the Audi. Out of into the gravel. It's not the first time that team's been there today in that Audi, but wow, not helping them. They've lost a ton of places because of that. As we see, I don't know. I'll tell you what, Volmers, has he lost a big... No, he hasn't, no. It's just where, sorry, apologies. I thought he lost a big chunk of time there, but he hasn't quite. I swear our time machines just need to update a little, but wow, this is drama-filled. I said, Seb, there'll probably be another twist to the tail. I didn't think it would come this soon. I mean, we have still got just seconds away from an hour of racing remaining, and I still have no idea how this one's going to turn out. We're not going to be far away from the round of pit stops. Albrecht, they are into the pits now in LMP2. That start to see those drivers start to pop in over the next few laps. And that's sorry, apologies, in GT3 even, sorry. Getting my classes mixed up there. They're not going to be too far away. As we see, so many cars streaming through, but it has started to spread out a little bit in GT3. That's going to really help our LMP2 drivers, Seb.
Also going to help the commentators as well. A little bit of a breather, non-stop action for the last 1 hour and 40 minutes. Just under an hour to go. And so, number 4, they have been given a drive-through penalty, as you alluded to, Tim, and that was for contact into turn 1 against the number 76 car. So they're going to pick up a drive-through penalty. And then we had the 2 drive-through penalties for the number 96. We see battling out on track. This is the Lone Wolf car trying to get past both the Kinetic Racing car and the DRG Racing Silver Mercedes. So Kinetic Racing not really finding the pace that they had in stint number 1. Of course, driver swaps, and that can work both ways. You sometimes find that the next driver that gets in is maybe a little bit more comfortable with the car, and again, you might be struggling a little bit more. So it's such a dynamic surrounding driver swaps. That's why endurance racing is just so popular. We see the number 17 just getting by Willem Hager, the Westford Racing esports car, diving down to the inside, getting past the TR powered by Geeks Energy Lamborghini. So Westwood now up into 4th place, trying to chase down the Porsche in 3rd, trying to get back on to the podium spots. And he can see 2nd place up ahead of him. But first, 27 Motorsports car, they are just driving away, and Westford just falling off the back of their race leader that they were so close to before the first round of pit stops. Through turn 5 we go. Everybody concertinaing up as LMP2, the 17, dives to the inside. That's Agi Motorsports. They're up in 4th place. A great form of pace by them. But we have the number 96. So we saw they've had 2 drive-through penalties. Just wanted to give you a quick update as into to why both of those were given. So the first incident that we had, the number 96, they actually drove and rear-ended the number 14 car while under the full course yellow. So that's a full course yellow infringement, a fairly slam dunk penalty. And then the 96 made contact with the number 87 car into turn, I do believe turn 1, and that's why they were given their second and most recent drive-through penalty. So not the race that the 96 car would have wanted. They are currently down in 10th place, are the Albrecht Motorsports team. Have a look, and actually I have to say that the 35 car, the TR Lamborghini, still hot on the heels of the Westwood Racing esports team. So, while we thought Westwood would have a little bit more pace at their disposal, Lamborghini very much keeping tabs on almost sister manufacturer. The Audi, of course, very similar to the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini, a slightly newer version, but that's simply down to the way that the iRacing car models work. Lamborghini pulls out to the inside there, trying to defend from faster esports. Can't find a way through. Can David Sluter into turn number 1? Does he think about diving towards turn 3? No, I think he's going to use the slipstream, try and make his way up and try and gain in the slipstream, I should say, try and make a move down into turn number 1. Sorry, turn number 5, getting all a little bit confused in the commentary box. It tends to happen at this point of the race. Hour and 43 minutes gone, just under an hour to go. What are we going to see in the final hour? We saw incredible racing at the last round at Mosport. We saw, oh, there's a big snap of oversteer there from David at the wheel of the faster esports Lamborghini. Manages to collect the car up before it ended in anything more than a minor inconvenience, but losing time, losing ground to the 35 Lamborghini, and that allows the TR car to start to pressure Westford a little bit more. Westford in turn pressuring Fisher Motorsports for 3rd place. All happening at the moment as we see the Trading Paints LMP2 getting by, and soon to be followed by one of the Race for Cat LMP2s as well. We had Round the Kink, where we saw that mega incident, grass being kicked up there by one of the Lamborghinis. Is Race for Cat now, are they going to move to the inside? Are they going to try and get past the Trading Paints number 19? This time decides better of it. You have to be so aware. Oh, almost contact there between the Trading Paints car and the Westwood Racing. Just manages to avoid, but that's held up Race for Cat as we head into turn 14, the final corner here. Westwood Racing just losing the back of that Fisher Motorsports car, and one of the Lamborghinis are into the pits. That's the 39 TR powered by Geeks Energy squad, so they are into the pits. They have decided that they have had enough of all of the traffic shenanigans, maybe trying to stop a little bit earlier on. I'm not quite sure. I don't think they were one of the drivers to pit under the full course yellow, so I do believe that's a strategic pit stop. We are starting to get into the realm of pit stops, and Tim, would you be wanting at this phase to come into the pits early? We're seeing some cars now starting to pull into the pits. Would you want to come in, avoid all of this traffic, all of these racing, or again just stay out as long as you could?
Seb, it's where you need to look at the cars that you get. Where are you going to catch them on track? You'll have a good idea from the pace of the drivers. Oh, bit of contact, and once again elbows out there between the 4 and the 95s of Delta and Money House. Really, wow, aggressive and bold driving from the pair of them, not wanting to yield a place. But to answer your original question, Seb, this is where you need to utilize all the information available to you, like SDK Gaming, for example. You know, where you've got you utilize the live timing sheet and that. Also, where you're able to predict where you would come out in a pit stop, and then take all that data, look at how much longer you've got to left, how much net time you will lose from being stuck behind said cars, how long those trains are that you're going to come up onto. If it's 1 or 2 cars, I'd maybe elect to stay out there, go a little bit longer. But if it's a gaggle like we're seeing here, that are nose to tail of 5 cars, I'd like maybe just, if I'm coming towards the end of my pit stint, and I've, within the last 4 laps-ish of it, of fuel remaining, I would dart in, as that's the Maguire's car in, hurtling up to the pit limiter lane, throwing out the anchor, getting it slowed down just in time. And that's the first in GT3 in the next round of pit stops, and that is early. Now, they did stop for the shortest amount of time of anyone, Seb, during the last round of pit stops. So I think this is strategical, and they can fuel and they can comfortably get home to the end from here. Will they take tyres? That's the big question. As I'm just having a quick look. Yeah, I'll keep one eye on whether they're taking tyres or not, Seb, because that'll be a real indicator for them. So we see I tell you what, we've had some absolutely epic battles, and this one has not gone away, has it really? Fisher Motorsports and Westwood Racing in GT3. They've been at it for so long. Of course, under the full course yellow, that brought everyone back together. But then equally, that just makes the performance from 27 Motorsport in the BMW is currently leading all the more impressive, really, doesn't it? They've managed to pull out an 8.7 second advantage. It's the same story at the top of LMP2 as well, where Volmers of Element Sim Racing Fire have managed to extend out an 8.5 second lead, to near identical leads in both classes. Really been able to push on and extend their gaps and make life a bit comfortable. And what that allows is for two different things right now. When you come up against traffic, you don't need to push as hard because you haven't got a car that you're racing with right on your rear bumper. You can ease up to the back of them, and oh no, that's Rusty Spatulas right into the wall. That's on the exit of 13. Have they caught the curbing on the outside that set them career and it crosses? Oh, that's not the best of rejoins there. That I didn't quite catch. I think that might have been, no, there goes Hometown. It might have been Albrecht. They could have crossed the front there. That, I think, may well be locked. Well, it's all happening as World of Sim Racing, they're off. After putting in the alternate strategy, the only car not to stop in LMP2 under the full course yellow. And they've had an incident. And it is all happening. It just all seems to happen in clusters in this championship. Here comes a replay. Let's take a little look. So this is Rusty Spatulas. What happened to them? Are they going to catch that curbing on the outside, bounce across him? I think they are. There you go. We've seen that happen once already today. And they've hit the wall with the rear. There's going to be some damage. That's going to affect their top speed. Now here's World of Sim Racing. What happened to them? So trying to go around the outside of an Audi and just caught the grass where they're trying to open up the curb, avoid contact with the GT3, and in doing so, harmed themselves. Should they have waited? Well, it's a bit of a tricky one because when you're in the car, you're pushing so hard. As that's Fisher Motorsport USA off. And they're going to drop another place because there's Trading Paints coming through. So they're going to fall behind them. That's them down into 8th right now. And couldn't have it much worse a place. That is out of the final corner. And that's going to it just not only compounds you where you've lost time from where you've spun, but you're not coming at the full speed off the final corner, full acceleration, maximum velocity going forward. And that means you then end up losing even more time. It just compounds the issue. Seen a penalty flash up there, the drive-through for the number 95. That's the Money House Racing team. It's been a real tale. Oh, we've got Faster Esports in GT3. They are into the pits. There they come in the Lamborghini, in from 4th in class. Yes, we've got some really quick drivers out there right now in GT3. So there they come in, the second in class pit. Rusty Spatulas have come into the pits as well. What could have been such a strong result for them. There's DSRT, they're off. So after coming back out of the pits, after being caught up, that's been a big incident. They're missing a front bonnet. Sat having to wait what feels like an eternity for cars to come past, to rejoin safely, and they've moved off. I think just as 2 more were coming through, but, well, they've still got their bonnet there. Gonna catch the, no, all still okay out of counter the corner, through into 13. They're going to bounce across the curbing on the exit. No, they've run even further and gone all the way around, and that is a big impact. That is most likely going to be suspension damage as well as bodywork damage, possibly even damage to the steering wheel. And they are straight into the pits. It's Tom Carroll at the wheel. He's going to be frustrated and infuriated by that mistake. But it's still all to play for because we've got 47 minutes left remaining here at Road America.
We certainly have, haven't we, Tim? It's been a great race so far. Loomis getting... Oh, God, Tim.
It's weird. I was going to say, it's weird how it always happens in fits and starts with this championship. It goes a bit quiet, and then we have 2 or 3 incidents, overtakes, drama, excitement within the space of 1 lap. And yeah, credit to our producer Smuley, manages to capture quite a few of them live. But even then, oh, there you go. There's another one. That's Delta running wide in the BMW, Seb, and big impact with the wall and nearly collecting some of the traffic coming through.
Very nearly another cataclysmic incident that we saw, and I wonder if that BMW is quite wounded. You see, actually, as we ride on board, that steering wheel not going straight when he's trying to keep the car heading in a straight direction. So I think we're going to see Delta racing back into the pits very shortly. And Tim, you know, I mean, you're right, Smuley is great. And just as you were saying, Holly catches every bit of action that we see. He goes and proves it again once more. And, you know, it's heartbreaking at any point, isn't it, Tim, to fall out of a race, to crash out. But especially when you head into the last hour, it's so demoralizing as a team.
It is, Seb. I know yourself, you're a GT driver by heart, and we both have taken part in so many different endurance races, and we know full well that, and as sure as many of the viewers at home, maybe you're a bit newer to the endurance racing format, not even the sim world, maybe even real life as racing as well, but you get so close to the finish, and it gets absolutely heartbreaking when you have an incident like that. Saw it in real life about 6 years ago at Le Mans at the 24-hour race there. In real life, where the lead Toyota broke down on the final lap after 24 hours of racing. And it just makes it all the more infuriating. If it's, you know, say a 15-minute sprint race, you think, well, do you know what? One of those things, write it off. When you've gone that far, you've invested so much into it. Not just your time, but mentally and spiritually as well. It just makes it all the more soul-destroying, especially when sometimes it's not even your fault.
It completely concur there, Tim. It's so heartbreaking. You've got a full team behind you that they're cheering you on, and it's really difficult. But then it makes the win or the good results even better, because you know that every single one of you played into such a role in that race result.
Now, Seb, before we move on, I just want to highlight one thing. Remember the number 10 race for Cat Car? Didn't get a lap in qualifying. Started right, but had to even catch up through the pack on the pace lap to join up to the back of the LMP2 class. They now find themselves 4th in class, and they are 4.5 seconds behind CMS Pro, who are holding the last place on the podium. This is a real, true underdog story. Of course, possible for them. Normally around about 35 minutes is what you can get out of a tank here. We've got 40. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be really, really tricky for them to be able to get this one home. As many other cars into the pits as well. I'll tell you what, Seb, I think Race for Cat could jump a couple of places here.
Really interesting. I really enjoying this battle for the LMP2. It seems like every position is up for grabs at the moment. You make a really good point, Tim. Can they make it to the end? That's why I love having you alongside me in the commentary box. Lance Loomis to the inside, the Precision Racing esports car gets his way past the Kinetic Racing Porsche.
Seb, Race for Cat, they have jumped to place. I've been watching the timing sheets, and Lone Wolf have taken tyres, so they've jumped him as our leader is in. Also, World of Sim Racing, you were questioning, was it the right strategy? Would it work for them? Well, they're now in amongst the CMS Race for Cat and Lone Wolf battle, so that's now a four-way battle, whereas it was just a three-way battle. So they're still within the shout of this, so I think this could well work for them, potentially, especially if the others have to splash and dash at the end. World Sim Racing are right into this, and this is going to keep us guessing right up until the checkered, Seb. There is no two ways about it. Precision also in. Wow. And Seb, there is a possibility we could still have another full course yellow. I'm not sure whether it'll happen. I don't think it will, but there is the possibility that happens. Well, all of a sudden we will see everyone in LMP2 come in unequivocally. And that's where it becomes a race around the pit stop, and it's going to bring them all back together. That massive lead that Element have at the front end is going to disappear, and he's going to have an angry set of LMP2's competitors right behind him, wanting that first place away from him.
Element Sim Racing Fire just leaving the pit box. Will that extra lap that they got over the Lone Wolf Motorsports 747 car? Oh, that's Race for Cat number 10 heading into the barrier.
No.
They make contact. And we were just saying what an amazing race that they've had. The consistency they've shown, and off the track they go. I think that was heading into the final corner. Yes, it was. So turn 14. Once again, Tim, your prediction of seeing all of the battles happening into turn 14 and all of the incidents certainly coming true, and Race for Cat. And I just wonder, Tim, how much damage have they picked up? Because that was a fairly hefty hit to the rear end of that car.
Well, they've lost the position they gained over Lone Wolf. They are already a second behind them, Seb, but wow, that has really shaken things up. And I'd tell you what, Precision have been brought into this fight as well after the round of pit stops. They didn't take tyres. And, well, I'm just... The curse of the commentator clearly alive and well right now, and I apologise to Race for Cat because that was looking like an amazing result potentially for them. It's still not off the cards, and it still will be a cracking result for them, but even so, excuse me, it's disappointing. And that is just what happens when you push. You're pushing so hard and you just overstep the mark, quite often only by the tiniest of fractions, Seb. But it is enough, and that is second place in GT3, and that's Fisher Motorsport.
They should be able to get to the end at this point. GT3 fuel tanks a little bit larger than their LMP2 equivalents. Got the 84 there, had missed their pit box, but I think that was just a little bit of a misunderstanding of where they had to pull in. But of course, we've already seen one Ferrari do that very thing. This race is just developing into a really good final few laps. It's got all the makings of a good race. We've got really close battles. We've got, really different strategies playing out. We've got some cars that have taken new tyres, some that are on, a couple of hours old tyres. So it's definitely going to go down to the wire. It's all about, I think, at least in LMP2, who has worked out the fuel strategy enough, who has saved enough fuel, who has worked it out. And you're right, Tim, you're really right to mention that we have got this full course yellow that is looming over everybody. It could be called in at any time. If that happens, I at least, I remember you know, we talk about it in other commentaries, you know, teams or drivers not having a strategist by their side, but of course in a team race your other teammates play as a strategist. So I think if we have a full course yellow, there'll be people scrambling around trying to work out the best strategy. Kinetic Racing at the moment lead in GT3. They are yet to stop for the second time. Once that has all played itself out, CMS Racing Endurance, the 78 car, will be leading in that. So a huge shake-up in the GT3 class, Tim.
A huge shake-up indeed, Seb. A huge shake-up indeed, but see our leaders right now, Kinetic. What a lead they have. Oh no, that is LTS off and having trouble regaining, just getting on the loud pedal a little bit too early, Seb, and that's what caused them to spear across the track right there. And then just pull back onto the road surface with all 4 tyres and then get on the accelerator. That would have saved them a little bit of additional time, but they've now lost a place to the Audi of Firestorm Motorsports, the 30 of the 2 Firestorm teams. Wow.
Just, it seems that turn 8 is proving really difficult. In fact, many of the corners at the moment proving difficult. I wonder if the tyres are starting to wear down. Alexandria Butters off the track through Canada corner. That might allow the LTS team back into contention, at least for 9th place.
Seb, you say about that, but LTS took tyres at the last pit stop. So it's clearly, it's just, also we have got track temperatures coming down ever so slightly, but that is them into the pits again. Maybe something else isn't quite right with that car. It seems to be that way.
Interesting. Of course, you know, we don't tend to get... there's no simulated mechanical failures, but everybody's using their own wheel and pedals, and things can go wrong. And, you know, I wonder if there's a little bit of a stuck throttle or something for the LTS team, unless, Tim, that's a plain old drive-through penalty for too many incidents. I think it is.
Looks that way, yeah.
He's already passed his pit box. You can actually see LTS have got a custom sort of pit gantry board, and so he's passed that. That means it's a drive through. LTS out back onto the track. They've obviously surpassed the 15 incident point limit to get a drive through into the braking zone once again of turn 3. Just over half an hour left to go in this race. Dean Campbell still leads in the Kinetic Racing VSCA GT3 Porsche. The gap is now 10 seconds between himself and Jake Cummings in the DRG Racing Silver car. As I say that, Cummings comes into the pits. But Campbell last time by set his fastest, or it is almost the fastest lap of the race. Only 0.05 of a second slower. So Campbell at the moment really rocketing around the circuit. Jaden Dixon, Maguire's. Again, Tim, you know, this was a team that we were seeing at the upper echelons of the grid, and it's all just come undone for them at the moment. It's like Autotech come into the pit as well.
You tell the pit window is definitely open, can't you? It's definitely open. It's, all these GC3s will easily get home to the end, even the ones that stopped a few laps prior. These cars will generally last about an hour on their fuel tank. So, certainly, these cars will be making it well and true to the end. I don't foresee them taking tyres either, with only half an hour left remaining as well. It'll be very strange if they do. I mean, if they have double stinted for them on the last 2 stops, which is highly unlikely, I expect to maybe see them, you know, stick a set on, go for broke in this last half an hour, but even so, you can generally normally get 3 stints out of them. The weather conditions we've experienced today with these high temperatures will only be 2, so most likely they would have placed them at the previous one for an hour on the first set, and then an hour and 40, especially with that full course yellow that we had in the middle, which would have brought the tyre temperatures right down for the drivers.
The Jake Cummings coming under pressure from Alexandria Butters, the 97 Mercedes, DRG Racing Silver Mercedes, up against the Firestorm Motorsport Audi. And who is going to come out on top on this battle? I do believe that every all of these drivers have stopped for both of the times that they need to. So very much for track position is our race leader, Kinetic Racing, into the pits. Dean Campbell taking that car all the way up to the lead in GT3. What can they do in the final stint? Half an hour to go in this race. He stops very neatly on his pit jacks. And now who is going to be? Well, I was going to say, this might be a time for Firestorm Motorsport 29 to get past, but they also come into the pit. So I think, Tim, we are seeing the final pit stops in GT3. Mark Johnson, CMS Racing Endurance, he's already stopped twice in this race. He's into the lead, and I think when everything sort of shakes itself out, he is going to be the man that everybody is catching to win the race in GT3.
He will be indeed, Seb. He will be indeed, and I think we're setting ourselves up to a bit of a grandstand finish, some really tight competitive times in over the few places, which are only going to come together, and we'll see new battles emerge as well as we run deeper into this race. Not long left, Seb, and it's where it all gets a little bit interesting. And as mentioned earlier at the start of the show, during the build-up, despite being the final race of the season, Seb, these drivers may well be a little bit more adventurous on overtakes. We've already seen a few of them, and what they have been previously. Reason for that, trying to gain those last additional places in the championship. And I, for one, can bet that they're going to be doing exactly the same here.
I think Avery, the 29 car, has had some form of issue on that lap. Just saw him losing a place to the 87. As we see this battle still raging on. Avery now passed. It's Audi versus Audi in Firestorm Motorsports 29. Pulls to the outside. This is Westwood. It's Westwood and Firestorm Motorsports. Westwood goes very wide, tries to open up the corner through turn 5, but Firestorm Motorsports, late under brakes, takes that position. Westwood looks up the inside into turn 6, but can't find a way through there. It's Firestorm Motorsports 29 back up into 9th place. Takes a lot of curb though through turn 7. That might put him under pressure as we head to the downhill braking zone, but nothing can be done, and it's Avery ahead of Spessa. Firestorm Motorsport 29 in 9th place, and Westwood Racing Esports will have to settle for 10th place unless they can find a little bit more pace out on the track. Through the carousel we go up towards the kink, and World of Sim Racing 51, they are into the pits. So our only LMP2 that didn't, that didn't pit under the full course yellow is coming to the pits, and at the moment isn't looking like that strategy has worked out for them, Tim.
Well, I've just been sat here with my abacus, Seb, and it depends. Because, of course, I believe that a few of the cars in front of them may not be able to get home, even with some aggressive fuel saving, which it looks like from the lap times is going on out there. Now, they've come in. I expect them to be fueled up to go right to the end comfortably without any fuel saving. And they're going to go absolute hell for leather and to hunt down every single team in front of them. It's going to be interesting to see what their lap times are across the line next time around on the first full flying lap. And that's going to give us a true indicator exactly how the strategy is played out. Of course, if the teams in front of them do require to come in for a splash and dash, which I do believe they may well have to, especially a few of them where they might not put that fuel saving down to a T, then all of a sudden World of Sim Racing are right back in the game.
Really interesting dynamics playing out here at the Road America Round 7 of the VSCA Sports Car Challenge. So we see a little bit more lapping going on. This battle still ebbing and flowing. Avery still ahead of Spessa for 8th and 9th place. Now, I do believe that Firestorm Motorsports 30, they've come into the pits. They only stopped, were only stationary for 20 seconds. For context, it's only about 30-40 seconds to get a full tank of fuel, so drivers really not needing that much fuel in the GT3 class to get to the end. Very different and the opposite to the LMP2s, where, as we've been mentioning, you know, they might not be able to get to the end. So this battle and all of the battles that you see have this big asterisk over them at the moment of who has got the better fuel saving, who's got the better strategy. That's why we absolutely adore the VSCA, any round of the VSCA Championship. But As you've been mentioning, Tim, it is the final round of the sprint series. One to go in the overall championship, and that is the Petit Le Mans, the 10-hour race around Road Atlanta. But the championship is very much up for grabs for the sprint section. And you're right. Oh, there's a race for Cat Car off again. I do believe that's at Canada Corner. They were in 5th place and falling down the order again. More damage sustained to that number 10 car. Sorry, that was at the carousel. Very unusual, actually, Tim, to see a car going that wide at the carousel. Oh, and Rusty Spatula's off as well. 2 cars off in the space of less than 10 seconds, Tim. It's just like it always happens. Nothing happens, and then we have about 3 or 4 incidents at once.
We were saying earlier, weren't we, Seb? I was saying to you how it all happens in one cluster. And it's happening again. Precision. No, I think they just came in enough to, well, drove over the pit entrance enough to trigger it. They can manage to come in, but they haven't. So still keeping one eye, Seb, on for you the what's happening at the front, and of course, Vollmers, I think, will be just slowing the pace down enough. He's got enough of the lead to prevent himself from doing 1 extra lap. That's with time races, you know. It's very, you know, very much. Oh no, that's the other race for Cat. That's the 11.
And that's it, turn 14. So Race for Cat goes from bad to worst. Will the number 11 pull into the pits? No. So they want to go for another lap and see how much damage has been gathered to the car. The BMW flashes the lights to say, I think I'm quicker than you, after, of course, you know, Daniel having to rejoin the track and get up to racing speed. The 11 car, I mean, you know, sorry, I was about to say, Tim, that the 11 car isn't even sort of ahead of the GT3s in terms of track position, but they have just managed to overtake the race leader. In fact, that was the race leader, CMSRacing.com Endurance. I'm not used to seeing the number 78 in the race lead today. They've almost been in no man's land for the race, and suddenly, through a strategic blindside, they've headed up the order to the top of the timing stands, and as it stands, they will be the race victors in about 23 minutes time. The gap between himself and Dean Campbell, I do apologise, in the Kinetic Racing car is some 30 seconds as we look. Luke Daniels getting involved. He's got a Porsche up ahead of him, the 76 of NRE Esports. And there's a name that's been involved in quite a few scraps today. What can Disco Motorsport do? And Tim, that is a very sad looking BMW as we pan around to the rear shot. That car is carrying quite substantial amounts of damage, and that is really going to be impacting the handling and the pace of the BMW.
It is sad, but it's going to affect the top speed as well. So as much, they're going to be desperate now to stay in the slipstream of NRE Sports, not to get past them or to mount an attack, but just to stay with them and keep their top speed up, because without them, they're going to lose plenty of time due to that reduced top speed down the long straights here at Road America, and it's going to lose them anywhere up to half to 3/4 of a second per lap, and that will really, really harm them.
And I think we're seeing that play out at the moment, Tim, as we see Johnson come into the pit, so our race leader into the pit, so not enough fuel on board that car to get to the end of the race. So that's going to, I think, allow the lead to change hands towards Dean Campbell's in the Kinetic Racing VSCA GT3 Porsche. Johnson coming in. You won't have to be stationary for very long. It's not going to be a long stop for fuel whatsoever. It's very much going to be a splash and dash. And now it's a little bit longer though, 9-10 seconds now, the fuel going into the car, but I just think that the race is slipping away from them. And there you see Kinetic Racing coming across the line, going at full racing speed. Johnson on the pit exit, Campbell already passed, so Campbell retakes the race lead. Johnson in second. Actually, it's going to be a battle between the 78 and the number 84, between Champion Motorsport Racing Endurance and Fisher Motorsports, and it's Fisher Motorsports that wins that battle out. So Johnson, after leading, obviously didn't have enough fuel to get to the end of the race, had to come into the pits, and has now come out in third with a lot to do in the last 20 minutes if he wants to take second place, Tim, let alone retake the race lead.
Exactly, Seb. That's a big ask, because Moneyhouse also into the pits too. Talk Freaks, they are in the Porsche, they're into the pits. Trying to get them there. Quick splash and dashes to see them home with 20 left on the clock, Seb. And knew that they'd have to stop somewhere within this last hour just to see themselves home. Just over the 2-hour mark, as we did see a flow of activity around that time. But these are the drivers who went with slightly different alternative strategies, as I thought we were going to have a bit of an incident there. When we had the full course yellow earlier, so we started to see now the teams that pitted then are now having to come into the pits.
19 minutes left to go in this race. 19 minutes left to go in the Sprint Championship. Who will come out on top? Who is the master of these 2-hour and 40-minute races? They are sprint races. You might be thinking, well, 2 hours and 40 minutes, they're quite a long race. But, you know, compared to the 24 hours of Daytona, which starts off the season, the 12 hours of Sebring, the next round after Daytona, we've got a 10-hour race coming up in a few weeks' time. 2-hour, 40-minute race is very much a sprint race. Austin Story at the moment, Moneyhouse Racing Black, number 45 Mercedes, heading through turn 8, being lapped, by one of the LMP2 runners, Nick Eby, right up ahead. The fast esports car, we saw him go wide at turn 1. Tim, that's what you reacted to. We both did. In fact, I recalled from my monitor when I saw him go wide. We've seen so many cars end up spinning just by lightly grazing the grass. But Nick Eby now, what can he do? He's going to have to start thinking about throwing some defensive moves, some defensive shapes if he wants to keep his top 10 position there. I think they're a little bit adrift of P9, so it's all going to be about the battle for the final place in the top 10. It's currently inherited by a Lamborghini, but will we see the Porsche reign supreme once again? And Tim, I don't know if Autotech are going to have to pit again. I have a suspicion that they might, but if they don't, I mean, that's an amazing turn to form. They were one of the first to have an incident into turn 15. 27 Motorsport actually quickly coming under pressure from Maguire's team into turn 5. Can't find a way through. 27 Motorsport very slow on the apex, kicking up a little bit of dirt, trying to narrow off the corner, take as little racetrack as possible. Can't find a way through, though, can the Porsche at the moment. But Tim, FAC Autosport, they had the mistakes early on. They really benefited from that full course yellow, and they're currently running in 9th place.
I mean, it's a great result for them. We saw them off twice in the opening laps. So off once in the opening laps, off a little bit later on as well. So if they can bring that car home 9th in class, that is an amazing result for them. I mean, looking at it, Seb, they won't have to stop again. Ahead of them, Maguire's, I think, should get home. They should be safe, but they're the only one looking likely, bar a big incident, to have to pit.
Maguire's in the slipstream of Gomez in the 27 Motorsports car. Oh, Maguire's off the track through turn 13. They just managed to keep it collected. No places lost there. Great car control displayed by the Maguire's Porsche, but losing. Oh, and there's another big incident. That's the DSRT, and that's the 747 car. That's Lone Wolf Motorsports, our pole sitter, our race leader for so long in this race, tangling with the Ferrari GT3. And that has major implications for this race, Tim.
It is indeed, Seb. It's not what you expected to see, so it's going to see him lunge up the inside. Now, all looks good. So this has happened. Oh, no, it's the... Oh, that was clumsy. That was clumsy. The SRT Ferrari just... I'm not sure where he was leaving the gap there. Well, that's what Lone Wolf seemed to think. And whether he just missed the apex, but then seemed to tighten up the turn in. And then they made contact, and so that's precision from 3rd place off, Seb.
Oh, and that will be extra heartbreaking for the Lone Wolf Motorsports car, because they know that they were fighting Loomis for 3rd place, and Loomis making the mistake almost as that pressure release from Lone Wolf not really being involved, making that mistake, and that pressure has come right back on the 211 Precision Racing Esports car. 15 minutes left to go in this race, and everything is up for grabs. Do not leave your seats. Do not dare go on and put the kettle on and make a cup of tea, because this is going to go down to the wire like it did 1 round ago at Mo Sport. Lance Loomis is in third at the moment. 4 seconds separates himself and Lone Wolf Motorsports. It's all going to be about whether Lone Wolf picked up any damage from that contact. Really looking like this is the closest battle, I think, in LMP2, at least the highest battle. I think Vollemar's at the moment 28 seconds between himself and Thomas Fisher in second place. Well, unless anything happens there, and of course we've been saying, can these drivers make it to the end on fuel? Absolutely fascinating race here. We're about to start lap number 70 of Road America. Lance Loomis heading down towards turn number 5. And Tim, the pressure must be mounting in that car. 50 minutes to go. Actually, the same for Elements in Racing Fire as well. 15 minutes left to go. You have to be inch perfect every single braking zone, as there is no time to rectify these mistakes. If you make a mistake and lose time, there is no chance you're going to gain it back.
It is do or die, all or nothing now, Seb. We have got some crisis battles emerging. Despite both having incidents, Precision and Lone Wolf, they are now only 2.7 seconds between them. Race for Cat, they are the same margin behind Agi Motorsports, who had a bit of a quiet race. Haven't mentioned those guys too much. Likewise, in GT3, I'd tell you what, 27, they just made it past DRG, or have they? Yes, they have. That's utilising the world of sim racing LMP2 there to get that move done. But look, Maguire's are now right back onto them. So we've got a intriguing three-way battle here, and this is all over. 4th place in class, coming into the last 13 minutes in GT3.
The 27 Motorsport Yellow, the curious case of their race. They were, you know, the pole sitters, I think they out-qualified second place by a 10th or 2. So, you know, had a lot of pace in that BMW. That's a car wide. That's Luke Daniels in the Disco Motorsport car. He was trying to chase down, I think it was EB for 10th place in the GT3 class. That won't be helping him one bit. But 27 Motorsports, you know, they were the pole sitters. They led the race. And, oh, there's a very late move there from the Maguire's car. Cuts off by the 97, though. Maguire's trying to find any way through. There's a Ferrari that got out of the way. I think that's what caused the concertina effect into turn 12, Canada corner. Jaden Dixon at the wheel, hustling and harrying that Mercedes, that 97 DRG Racing silver car. We head onto the straight, and I think DRG heading now into the pit. So that car clearly cannot make it to the end of the race on that fuel. And that has now unleashed Dixon to go after Gomez to maybe get into 4th place, and barring and changing whatever's happened up ahead, could be in contention for a decent podium place. But Cummings into the pits, Tim, and I think we're just going to see them fall down the order. It's so disheartening at this stage of the race when you have to come into the pits, because, as I mentioned earlier, there is nothing you can do in terms of gaining that time back. It's just too late at that point.
So you're absolutely spot on, and right now our podium sitters, none of them started inside the top 3, let alone the first 2 rows on the grid when we first started out some 2 hours and 29 minutes ago. So it's really been almost like we've sort of been in motorsport in the battle for 3rd place. And this is in Road America, it's like nobody has wanted to lead here in GT3. It's been constantly chopping and changing and evolving, and once again. But I'll tell you something, Seb. Volmers has been clean. He's been consistent. And as of the whole of the Elements in Fire Racing squad, and that is exactly what you want from your drivers in endurance
Big
racing.
Accident. Sorry, Tim, to cut across you. That's the 96 Albrecht Motorsports car, and he was flying. I think that was 2 or 3 pirouettes he's done. Rejoins the track. That's a very damaged car. I think he'll have to pull that to the side of the road. That's a very, very heavily damaged Dallara LMP2 car. Tim, what has happened to Jerry Brewer?
Let's find out, Seb. All is good now. He's going to touch the grass on the corner exit. Yes, he does. Holds it. No, doesn't quite. Hits the wall. 1, 2, 3, and 4 pirouettes for Brewer. Guessing for those guys after running so strong early on.
Completely. those two penalties that they encountered in quick succession really hurt their race, and that, I think, was the icing on the cake.
Well, 10 minutes left. Seb, look who's right behind them now. It's VSCA. They've got a chance to pick up a key position right here at the end.
Yeah, they have. So VSCA trying to get up into 7th place. A little bit of GT3 traffic up ahead of these two. The Trading Paints car in 7th, VSCA in 8th. CMS Pro under pressure is that from, actually not under pressure. Oh, there's the Outbreak Motorsports car running off the track, very adrift. And oh, Jason Bryan, the Fission Motorsport USA car, they've come a cropper at this time at turn 8, just before the braking zone into the carousel, and that has now promoted the VSCA and Trading Paints battle up a position. VSCA now in 7th place. They're now battling for 6th overall. There's a GT3 in between those two, though, at the moment, and I have to say that if anybody is watching the broadcast and is thinking, I'd love to get involved in the VSCA season, well, good news is that they are actually planning to have a season 2. And I have to say that from where I'm standing, I'd love to be a part of the championship. And if you are a sponsor, then VSCA are actually looking for a title sponsor for the series, and they've asked us broadcasters just to give out their email. It's admin@vscaracing.com. And also, if you want to be in the race control, maybe look at the racing from a little bit of a different side and be more behind the scenes, then they are also looking for some new race control members. Again, you can email them at admin@vscaracing.com if you are interested in becoming a race director. Back to the action, though. 8 or 7.5 minutes to go. World of Sim Racing pushed to the inside. So close between themselves and VSCA down once again into 8th place. World of Sim Racing promoted themselves up into 7th place. And in Tim, they're not only in LMP2, they're also doing the lawn mowing, because that was so close to disaster.
It was close. It was so close indeed, but crucially they got away with it, and that's what matters. They kept it out of the wall, and now pushing on and just getting a car between themselves and VSCA. Really helping them, a part of the circuit where, you know, they're able to pull out a decent gap, and they've managed to pull out nearly half a second, in fact, over VSCA. Just through that one little corner there, and they're getting stuck behind a GT3. There is the LTS car. We saw it into the pits earlier, Seb, and now looks like, I think they found the wall as Hack Racing off as well.
Hack Racing finding the gravel on the exit of turn 14. I don't think there are too many cars out on track that haven't at some point had a little bit of an excursion through there. This is the battle for 15th place. I do apologize. The 95 versus the 83. Mercedes Power versus BMW, and that BMW with the damage to the rear. I do believe he's actually just gotten by Nolan Hodgson in the Moneyhouse Racing Red. So Disco Motorsport up into 15th place in class. 6 minutes left to go in this race. And what a race we have had here. I'm in two minds, Tim. I want this race to end because I want to see, you know, the stories develop and play out. We've still got the unknowns about who's going to have to pull into the pits. As Moneyhouse Racing dives to the inside, uses that better straight line speed to get past into turn number 1. Disco Motorsport, though, will have the slipstream down straight towards turn 5. They just need to have a good turn 3, and actually a little bit wayward, I should say, from the Mercedes of Moneyhouse Racing. That's going to put Disco Motorsport right onto the back in the slipstream once again, almost nullifying that damage that BMW has to the rear of the car. Does Disco Motorsport feel like making a move to the inside? No, decides to go all the way around the outside, tries to get the switchback, but cannot do it. So once again, Moneyhouse Racing Red regains that 15th place, and Luke Daniels demoted to 16th. But, you know, it's you know, Tim, what I was saying is we still have the unknown about the LMP2s, about whether they have to come into the pits or whatnot. I mean, this race is certainly far from over. And so I don't want it. I want it to end in that regard. But the racing is so good. Can't we go on for a few more minutes?
Just one more lap. It's almost like vying within it. It's 4.5 minutes left on the clock, Seb. This one's looking like done and dusted, and there's definitely been fuel saving going on out there. The pace has slowed right up with our leaders as they try and get their cars home without having to stop again. It's a tall order for them. I think it's impossible when you put your mind to it. So barring a big answer, Volmers just needs to bring this one home, and he will be fine. It's taking home the coveted title of victor for the season finale, I think, class, and thus overall. Seb, it's been an absolute cracking season. Absolutely enjoyed being alongside you. It's been an absolute pleasure, and well, I think I can't wait for season 2 to begin, like you say. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the organisers come up with, and well, I'm sure we're going to have more great racing like we've seen here today. Just keeping half an eye on, I'll tell you what, Dixon, he's locked into a bit of a battle with Gomez over P4. That's the two teams of Maguire's in 27. They've been pretty much hard and hammer and tongue at it most of the race, and what a change in story in GT3. We had 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 in qualifying. Now we're down to just 2, Porsche and BMW. And interestingly, you know, Porsche, highest qualifier for them was Dixon from Maguire's, who came 4th. Well, he's down 1 place into 5th, so he's not even one of those Porsche drivers at the top of the towers, and that's got a really real field for him.
Wow, 3 minutes left to go in this race. Dixon and Gomez, one of the closest battles out on track. As we also have the Lone Wolf Motorsports car catching towards Precision Racing Esports 12 for 3rd place overall. As we head through turn 5, a little bit wide there for the 13 Maguire's car. That won't be helping. Every little mistake really matters as we head into the closing stages of this race. You cannot afford to lose a single hundredth of a second, let alone a few tenths. Is now down towards turn 8. The next real overtaking opportunity, I do believe, will be into turn 12. I also think that Race for Cat Tim, they're losing a position here. You see Fisher Motorsport getting past. They're in 8th place, and now Race for Cat demoted down to 9th. And Fisher just picking up the pace. I wonder, Tim, you know, you mentioned that some of the drivers out there are going to have to be, you know, fuel saving to make sure they get to the end. And I wonder if Race for Cat fall into that category, and other cars that stopped a lap later don't have to do that, and they're just sort of slowly losing ground, which, because, you know, Race for Cat, they were battling World of Sim Racing only a few laps ago.
You can really tell the teams that are fuel saving and the ones that aren't. So those that are really fuel saving up in the 54s even, or whereas the teams that aren't down into the 51s, Seb. And that is the story of how they're having to fuel save here right now, or not, as the case may be. And where is our leader? I'm trying to have a bit of a look at a bit of a workout right now. Well, there's Fisher. He's coming across the line with, what, 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Where is our leader? So our leader's about halfway round. This is the penultimate lap, Seb. They're going to take the white flag on the next time crossing the start finish line.
I think you're completely right there. Is that throwing an extra spanner in the works? If you are one of these teams that are struggling for fuel mileage, just so interesting. I think that full course yellow just played such a part in terms of fuel saving and fuel strategy. It came at the perfect time. Element Sim Racing Fire, though, in the lead by some 36, make that almost 37 seconds. Great result by then.
I tell you what, actually, forget that. This is the white flag lap, isn't it? Look, he's slowed at the pace enough as that's faster esports off in the Lamborghini. But this is it. This is the final lap. Well, they're all falling off now.
Well, to Sim Racing as well, they're falling off the track. Are they going to lose a position? They're currently in 7th place. I think they had just enough of a gap to not lose to the number 14, but the number 7, Element Sim Racing Fire, crosses the line to win round 7 of the virtual the VSCA Sports Car Challenge here at Road America. And what a way to round out the sprint section of the season. Supreme drive by them, and this is your GT3 class leader at this point. Still got 2 corners to do. One very difficult corner we have seen all throughout the race, but they are going to come across the line to win their GT3 class. And I don't think anybody would have predicted that Kinetic Racing would have won this one, but they have pulled out an absolutely blinder in terms of their strategy. And once again, Kinetic Racing to the top of the GT3 class. Thomas Fisher comes across the line in 2nd. And there's the Race for Cat 11 car as well. A few laps down after some bad luck. They finish as well. Lance Loomis will finish in 3rd, and our pole sitters, Lone Wolf Motorsport 747, he will finish in 4th. Then Fisher Motorsports Porsche, again a great result by them. They finish in 2nd in class. And CMS Racing Endurance, they are your final GT3 podium sitters after, again, an amazing strategy, Tim. And that full course yellow spiced this race up an absolute treat. And I think when you talk to our drivers in a little bit, oh, there's another car off the track there. Lamborghinis all falling off the track in the final moments of the track of the race. Nick Eby, we saw go off the track. He, I think, lost the 10th place. He's in 12th. And Hockin as well, the TR powered Lamborghini off the track as well. And everybody struggling to get across the line. But Tim, as I was saying before, that was actually I think there was a little bit of a change for position there, maybe a little bit of contact happening. When you talk to our drivers in a little bit, they're either going to be delighted that the full course yellow came out at that time, or absolutely gutted because it either really worked for drivers or it really didn't.
Spot on, Seb. Absolutely spot on. It's a race of 2 halves, hasn't it, really? You know, fast, close racing. And it all settled down in the first half. Then we had the full course yellow, and that's when things changed and it all started to unravel, or all came together for certain teams. This is why we love endurance racing.
I completely concur, and you know what a format that VSCA have set up, really trying to emulate the real life IMSA series. Always provides really good racing, and the full course yellow as well. They've tried to do it in a way that replicates real life racing with the sort of the stacking of incident points, sort of emulating a red flag once there's a little bit too much debris on track. I mean, it really throws up different race results. And again, I don't think anybody at the start of the race would have called, you know, Element Sim Racing Fire coming home to get the victory, but they kept their cool when it mattered. And at the end of the day, that's endurance racing. It's about being consistent. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest car in qualifying. It's all about that consistency. And Element Sim Racing Fire, and you have to say, Kinetic Racing GT3, both had that in bucket loads today.
They certainly did, so. They most certainly did. It was an absolute treat for them. Starting in 6th for Element and finishing up in 1st. But let's take you through your Class I results, because Seb, I know you need to disappear off to kickstart things off on another on the other side of the channel, where we've got Apex Racing Academy F4 from Moulton Park starting off. So I shall let you go and pick things up from here for you. But well, Element Simfire Racing taking the victory in class, and thus overall, what a race for them. Started in 6th, brought it home in 1st, and it was something about that area of the grid, because the 2 cars behind them on the grid finished 2nd and 3rd and on the podium. CMS Racing.com Pro, with Precision Racing Esports behind them, but only just ahead of Lone Wolf Motorsports. We're in the top 4. Wow, they just about rounded out. They were our pole sitters, finishing 4th in the end. Training to Paints, an emotional race for them. Ups and downs, but big gains. They came home in 6th. World of Sim Racing 7th. Fisher Motorsport in 8th. Race for Cat, wow. Started at the back, climbed through, had a couple of incidents, dropped back down again, ninth is where they finished. The last car on the lead lap in LMP2. O-Time Heroes, 1 lap down with Albrecht. Those early penalties cost them dearly. They came home in 11th. Rusty Spatulas, well, they at times were off the track more than they were on, and that was what really hurt them to finish in 12th. Race for Car Motorsports, the number 11 machine. They finished 13th at 6 laps down, and then Talk Freak Ascari got back up and running after that big incident they were involved in and brought the car home, albeit 13 laps off the pace in 14th and the last car across the line in LMP2. Let's take a little look into GT3s, where again, what can we say? It was all about cars coming from the back in this as well, with Kinetic taking the victory in the Porsche, making it a Porsche 1-2 with Fisher Motorsports in second. CMS.com, for BMW, they were third, with Maguire's recovering well at the end to bring the car back home in fourth. After starting in fourth, it was really an up, down, and roundabout race for them. 27 Motorsports were fifth. They led the race for so long. In the end, just ended up finishing further down through the order. Firestore Motorsports, the number 29 machine, was sixth. Westwood, another of our front runners and front qualifiers, finishing seventh in the end. Fac Orcotech, well, they had a few big offs, and to come home in eighth, that is an amazing result for them. DRG, another team that struggled a bit. Good result for them considering what happened to them today in ninth. With Money House Racing Black running at his top 10, there was NR Esports. TR powered by Geeks Energy in 12th. Faster Esports in 13th, and the last car to finish on the lead lap, with the 30 Firestone Motorsport team being 1 lap down. Likewise were Money House Racing Red, Disco Motorsports with DSRT finishing 2 laps down, and Hack Racing, they finished some 3 laps down. Likewise did Talk Freak Racing Magus. LTS, well, they had some big incidents, and that's why they finished 5 laps down. Hyper Racing and Apex Racing Group both 7 laps down, and then in 23rd place and into the retirements now, it was Delta Racing. We lost them in the last 47. DSRT, RGB even, like, words out in a minute, it's been a long race. Solution, we lost them on lap 41. FBP, one of the cars caught up in that massive shunt, lost them on lap 34. Likewise Resolve and Fisher Motorsport Eagle. FBP and Fisher both been going strong, but it was a big shunt and they were victims of it. With Talk Freak Racing, last car, we lost them all the way back on lap 11. Of what's been definitely an emotional race, but we've got plenty of drivers lined up to have a bit of a chat with. First up, let's get in your overall winners. Well, it has been an amazing race for them and real dominance towards the end. We're now joined by Jan Volmers and Niels Hunthedge of Element Sim Racing Fire. Wow, fire in the name, and definitely on fire. Started 7th and claimed the victory. You couldn't really hope for a much better race than that, could you?
Thank you. No, it was perfect race. Everything played out for us. The full course yellow played directly into our cards. Was at the midpoint of the race, so we just had to fuel save a bit, but everything played out for us today.
Talking of fuel saving, coming into that final stint, how much were you having to fuel save to get the car home? Because from looking at how long was left on the clock when you came in to make your final stop, it seemed like you would have to fuel save quite a bit to bring it home.
Yeah, when I pushed, I need to refuel like 85 liters, and I had to go down to 75. So it was a lot, but with the traffic management, it has got easier. Especially on this track with the long straights, gets on draft, and it gets easy to save some fuel.
And in terms of obviously the start, it was a bit hairy and a bit, it was tough in the midfield. There was a lot going on. What was your strategy at the start? Was it just to try and keep the car as clean as possible, not get involved in any incidents, or was it to be a bit more aggressive and trying to push your way through the field?
Yeah, just try to survive that because traffic was really crazy today, and I just thought finish the first stint and then Jan can do the rest.
Leave him to the hard work and then Nils. Before we let you both go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, to our sponsors, Sim Race Shop, a small shout out, and a little bit to you guys because the Apex racing setups helped us big today. We're a big fan of your LMP2 setup, so shout out.
Brilliant. Well, that was Jan Volmers and Nils Hundhedge of Element Simfire Racing, your winners here today from Road America. Let's have a bit of a move across now. We'll have a chat to another one of our teams, and probably keeping along the lines of I'm just trying to find them. There we are. Yeah, second place in class in LMP2 and thus second overall. I think I've managed to grab all of their drivers. Just having a quick look. Yes, Thomas Fisher now joins us from CMSRacing.com Pro.
You just need to bring up John Taylor Tammy, and then I think David Anderson. I think David Anderson wants to come up and say a few words as well. He's the owner.
Dave Anderson. There we go. Yes, well spotted. We've got so many drivers waiting to have a bit of a chat with us that just missed a couple of people out there, as we've also got the sister car in there as well. But wow, what a crazy race it was for you guys. Again, like Element in front of you, started further down through the field, but managed to come through and secure a decent result.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, it was a pretty mental race, especially. Obviously, in the first lap, JT had some master avoidance. Is the only way I can describe it. I mean, hail to his experience. It was just so plunged us down pretty much to last, and then at that point it was a case of we were just holding out, waiting for the full course yellow, and then he did some really good fuel saving as well to make our stop under full course yellow a bit shorter. So we jumped up to 7th, and then from then on, I just did my thing.
Just got into the groove and pushed on. I mean, there were some big incidents on the race. I mean, especially with the high track temperatures we were experiencing there today, up into mid 40 degrees Celsius, over 110 Fahrenheit. Just how much did that play into part of your strategy and your ability to push?
I'll let JT answer for himself, but for me it was honestly a case of I was quite lucky in that I got in the car as the temperature sort of, I don't want to say peaked, but they sort of stabilized at least in the higher temperatures. So for me it was just a case of I got in, and on the first couple of laps, it was just lift off early, get the car in, and then from then on build it up. But once you sort of find your limit, you bring it back sort of 5-10% for the whole stint, and then when you need to push, you just bring it back up to 100%. And from then on, you sort of just inherently know where the limit is. Then about JT, obviously, because he was experiencing the rise.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, at the beginning, you just want to be a bit cautious. You're full of fuel. The tires are going to have to work up to heat. You're trying to find where the grip is, so you don't really want to push too early, at least for us. So with the temperatures rising up, it was just trying to save what we could in terms of tire life, because we were going to have to double stint that to try to time it for the full course yellow. So just saving fuel and tires.
And for yourselves, what has been your highlight of the season? I mean, surely this coming second here at Road America has got to feature highly on that list.
Well, I'm. This is obviously JT's only race in the Sprint Cup, but for me, I have to say the highlight was probably all of the races that we were leading up until the point where we got hit. That was sort of the highlight for me, because
yeah, I'll go with that one.
Sort of mid-Ohio, we were just dominant, and then I had the Porsche understeer into me, and then last month as well, we were leading, and then I had I was hit by the 43. So it was those were definitely fantastic. But I have to say it was probably today, the coming up through the field, the saving a lap of fuel in 5 laps. That was pretty fantastic.
Impressive stuff. Before we let you both go, anyone who wants to give a shout out to us all?
Obviously, massive thanks to David Anderson, who I know wants to say a few words after me, after I stop talking. Big thanks to JT. JT, even when he hasn't been racing with us, he's been working on the strategy and helping us with the setups. That's been fantastic. Massive thanks to him. Big thanks to Cameron Barker, who broke his pedals a couple of weeks ago, so he wasn't able to join us today, but he was around giving us the moral support, whatever his version of the moral support anyway. Thanks to all the guys in the other car as well. So David, Brett, and Mark as well. They've been fantastic throughout. Obviously, both cars help each other prior to the race and then during the race as well. It's always fantastic when you know that when you're about to do a sketchy overtake, at least if you kill someone, it's the other car, so they can't be too mad at you.
Or maybe you can view it in a slightly different ways. What we'll do is we'll bring in now David. You're obviously the CMS team owner. David, I mean, wow, what a race for your guys. Double podiums here, to a second and a third. You couldn't ask for much better, really, could you?
Yeah, hey, thank you guys, and really proud of both cars. I know that we've got Mark Johnson here. It looks like he's still kind of in the waiting room, but just super proud. I'll be brief here and just thank you all from Apex. We love Apex. We love the broadcast that you guys do. We love being a part of the VSCA, and I could not be more proud of both of our teams. Just an amazing community at CMS, and we're happy to represent it here. Really proud of the effort.
Definitely, I think we can argue too much with that, but that was the CMS Racing.com Pro Team, number 79 machine in LMP2, picking a second in class. Let's move through. I believe I'm just having a bit of a look. Yes, we can now be joined by Darian Roy of Precision Racing Esports. Darian, welcome along to the commentary booth. Great to talk to you, but what a race for yourselves and also the teams around you, all coming through the field together to lock out the podium. But I mean, it was a real tough race out there for you all.
Yeah, I can't believe the finish we had there. Just like the 79, you know, we fell back there. We had a spin at the start, and we're thinking what's gonna happen to us, and we just, you know, we kept our head down because we didn't see we had the gap ahead of us wasn't that bad. So I think we could have did some good work, and we did.
Definitely, you can't argue with that one at all. And I mean, in terms of the full course yellow, what was your strategy around that? It was a really intriguing period, and definitely seemed to play into the hands of the LMP2, certainly.
Oh yeah, when we saw the announcement, we were so happy. It definitely fell into our hands there. We were just about at the end of my stint, so it was just perfect timing. You know, we followed our strategy. Once we spun, we had to change things around a little bit, and so we worked that through. And then when we saw that, it put us right up at the field, and we could do more work that we could have done earlier. But no, that's spin. So, but yeah, it was tough.
I definitely seemed to be that way out on track. It was a real endurance and grueling event by all name and nature. Darian, before we let you go, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, shout out to my teammate Lance Loomis for keeping it on track and getting it to the podium there. We had a good race and a good strategy, and hopefully we can carry this on to Road Atlanta.
Definitely, we look forward to seeing how you get on there. That's Darian Roy of Precision Racing Esports, third in LMP2 and overall. Let's have a little move down into GT3 now, and let's pick up a chat with our race winner, Kinetic Racing Esports VSCA, now joined by one of the drivers, Aidan Campbell. Aidan, welcome along to the commentary booth. Wow, I tell you what, it was one wild ride in GT3 today. There were big incidents, drama, you know, and the podium being made up of cars that weren't even starting there. Aidan, can you hear us? I'm not sure if Aidan's quite with us. What we'll do is we'll come back to Aidan Campbell, the race winner in GT3 shortly. Let's move down into the second place car, the Fisher Motorsports Porsche number 84 machine. We're now joined by one of their drivers, Jay Van Mepalen. Jay, welcome along.
Hello.
Wow. It was really, really tough out there. I mean, wow, it was a real wild ride for you guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a sketchy race. We had some close calls throughout the race, but overall, good result was nice.
Definitely, you can't argue with that one at all. And I mean, how much were you aware of what was going on around you? There were some really massive incidents happening, and sort of people chopping and changing left, right, and centre. Just sort of how apparent was it? And obviously, the sister car as well involved in a big incident.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't aware until we were chatting in the team Discord after the race. So yeah, I was blissfully unaware of what was going on.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, it was a massive incident, and the car just barrel rolled down pretty much nearly from the kink all the way to Canada Corner. It's well worth going back and taking a bit of a look
I'm gonna
at
have
it.
to watch that, yeah.
Oh yeah, so you can see it literally just get clipped and just constantly flip and roll. It's one of the most spectacular incidents I've definitely seen within my commentary career. But even so, I mean, the Porsche just looked really good out there today for you. It just seemed to really work and really click.
Yeah, we were playing around with earlier in the week, playing around with the setup. We were trying to determine if we were going to go with a low, like trim the car out, do a low downforce setup, or stick with high downforce. And in the end, we decided to go with basically high downforce with 1 or 2 clicks of wing lower to try to get some straight line speed. But yeah, the setup was very stable the whole race. No matter the fuel load, the tire wear, it was a great setup. I'd like to thank the other guys on the team, David Lamont and Stephen Noble and Manny. Those guys had a big input on the setup of the car. So yeah, I'd like to thank those guys.
Before we let you go, Jay, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, our sponsors, Fisher Nets Design and Eagle Race Simulators, so they're sponsoring the race team. And yeah, big shout out to those guys, and honored to be driving with the team and for the team. So yeah, thanks.
No problem at all. That's Jay Van Mepelen from Fisher Motorsports, who's picked up second in class in GT3 in the Porsche. Let's speak to the third place car in GT3. That was, of course, CMSRacing.com in the highest finisher of the BMWs. We've had a chat to the LMP2 team. It's now time for the GT3 team. Mark Johnson now joins us. Mark, wow. I mean, top BMW finisher and on the podium. A double podium for CMSRacing.com. We spoke to your team owner earlier, who's echoed the thoughts of it. Couldn't have asked for a much better result, really, could you?
Yeah, definitely not for the team. I mean, I know the LMP2 guys were definitely in contention for the Sprint Cup Championship as well. So, you know, they were driving hard and had a great finish. And for us, it's been kind of a up and down season. We've had some hardware problems and other things that have kind of cost us. So to finally get on the podium and get a little virtual champagne is a nice thing for sure.
I mean, you made up a lot of places as well. What was the key to that? I know that obviously strategy played an element to it as well, but what was your sort of coming into the race? What was your plan, and did you think you'd make up as many places?
Yeah, we had a feeling we would. We kind of saw the same thing in Mossport. I think we finished 4th or 5th there and did the same thing where we started mid-pack for sure. And, you know, the main thing we knew we needed to keep the car clean. Brett had a great first stint, clean first stint. I think he had 1X from a little off track. And other than that, you know, no car contact or anything. And we knew that would be the key. So when we got to the yellow, we actually learned a little lesson from Watkins Glen where we cost ourselves a couple of spots by not pitting under yellow. So we went opposite, and we questioned it because the leader stayed out, but we knew we would pit with, you know, maybe 15 to 20 minutes left and just be able to take a few laps of fuel and no tires and just kind of hope the tires stayed with us. But the setup was really stable. So it was easy, you know, the last 20 laps or 15 laps to just hit the marks, and that's all we tried to do. So we knew from qualifying we probably didn't have the outright pace, but we knew if we kept it clean, we'd have the race pace.
Most certainly. And before we let you go, Mark, anyone you want to give a shout out to us all?
Yeah, just the guys on the team. I mean, David and Brett, you know, like I said, we've had an up and down season, but we stuck with it the whole time and kind of knew that we had a podium car in a few races if we didn't have some bad luck. So, you know, just sticking with it, putting the time in for a good setup that just lets us finish the race. You know, David was our strategist today, but he's been a co-driver in the past. And then Brett, like I say, putting in that great first stint, just putting us in a position to complete the strategy. You know, it doesn't do you any good if you wreck the car. You can have all the strategy or setup or whatever. So just keeping it clean was our idea tonight.
Definitely. It always makes you up so much time, doesn't it? But that was Mark Johnson from from CMSRacing.com in the BMW, finished third in GT3. Now let's have a bit of a chat. Well, see if we can get hold of our race winner here today in GT3s from Kinetic. Let's see if we can speak to. There we go. Aiden, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I gotcha. Sorry.
We got hold of you at the end. I was hoping we would be able to speak to our race winner in GT3, and there we go. Wow. As we've said, all of the other drivers have said it as well. It was a crazy day in GT3 today at Road America.
Yeah, it's like a typical sprint race,
but
just like the last one in Mosport.
Well, Mosport, that was definitely entertaining to say the least at times. But I mean, even so, I mean, you made it look like a relatively easy race in the end. I'm guessing your sort of strategy, you know, pivoting on the safety car, the full course, they played a large part and made it a bit easier for you.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last time. We're really not sure what the other teams were thinking about their strategy. I guess they didn't take tires on the during the caution or during the driver swap or something. So I'm not really sure what happened. All I know is Vince handed me the car, and a few laps later we were almost pulling up to the leaders.
And I mean, Vince did an amazing job as a whole. He seemed to have a really clean first stint.
Yeah, he did. That's what Vince is really good at. You know, he gets us going and hands the car over in one piece, and we make it happen.
Because it's showing up at my end, and I don't know how true this is, that you guys only picked up one incident point between you. I'm not sure if that's quite fully accurate. I'm just basically what some stats I can see within iRacing right now. But if that is the case,
that was my incident point too, unfortunately.
I mean, I take my hat off to you, pair of you, to go a full endurance race with considering what, I mean, you're offshore when you watch it back later and you see there was a massive shunt out there as well, and a few other incidents. To walk away with just one incident point between the pair of you after 2 hours 40 minutes of racing at a track where it's easy to run wide out of, where you just push it a little bit too hard, that is absolutely astounding stuff. And I think the fact that you sound almost dejected slightly for the fact that you picked up one incident point, it's a nice test to me.
It was a cheap one too.
Oh, well, there you go.
Running wide a little bit.
There we go.
It's just something we try to do. We try to keep it clean and let the race come to us. We learned early in the season not to let race control get too involved in our race, and since we've had that outlook on everything, it's gone pretty well.
Well, I mean, it's worked for you, an absolute treat today. Like you say, if you stay out of trouble, then the stewards can't get involved, and it's worked absolutely beautifully for you today, picking up that first place. Before we let you go, Aiden, anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
Definitely the Kinetic guys, especially for taking me in early in the season, and you know, Nick and Vince, teammates, are great guys, and Dake, who runs Kinetic, and a couple other guys up there are really cool, and glad to be a part of the team. And of course, you guys taking the broadcast and the whole VSCA.
Definitely, that is Aidan Campbell from Kinetic Racing in the GT3 class, your race winner in for Porsche. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Now we've had a chance to speak to obviously all of our drivers. Next up, let's have a bit of a chat to series organizer here of the VSCA. Benjamin Fisher now joins me in the commentary booth. Benjamin, well, what can we say? Another round full of great entertainment, great racing, drama, excitement, everything, and bags off it from green flag right through to the checkered.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very interesting race. I thought very entertaining. Of course, it's been not the usual type of race to see the championship leader crash with its own teammate car on lap 1. So that was a tough blow for the championship leaders going into this race. They're Torque Freak Racing, the number 6 Porsche. But yeah, we were excited about the finish of the race and that we saw some great battles out there. So overall, I also think looking back on the season, we have seen some great racing. Of course, we realize not everything's perfect, and there is a lot of work that remains to be done from our side as organizers to improve things, to fix some things. But yeah, looking back today, also we feel like this has been another step in the right direction.
Most certainly has, and as I say, Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's all about that continuous improvement, which is something that's definitely seen from this championship. Now, let's look forward to next season, and obviously, I understand that there's going to be a couple of changes, but obviously, you're on the lookout for, firstly, a sponsor, and also people to get involved with running the live stewarding that's part of this series. First off, how do people get in contact with yourself about either of those, either sponsorship opportunities or about becoming a steward with yourselves?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for bringing that up. It's correct indeed. We are looking for sponsor, not just one sponsor. We're looking for partners who buy into our concept of the league, especially a league that is targeted at the average sim racer, the gentleman kind of racer, and the amateur sim racer, but that are just as much dedicated to the sim racing and the league and the performance out on track as a pro team. So we're looking for someone that is interested in our concept of also endurance racing, kind of emulating IMSA. That's what we try to do with this series. And of course, if we had our choice, what we would love to have is a title sponsor for our Sports Car Championship series. But we will also consider anything else, even if sponsors are looking for a smaller role, a smaller sponsorship. Anybody can reach out to us via email. I'm just going to say the email address here real quick. That's admin@vscaracing.com. So admin@vscaracing.com. Or you can also reach out to us through our VSCA Discord. And the link is on vscaracing.com, so very easy to find. And you briefly touched on it about next season. So next season we are already looking at plans of what we want to do for next year. There is a chance that we might expand the schedule to 11 races to match what IMSA is doing next year, plus potentially the Roar before the 24. So a non-points event 1 week before Daytona in January. We are really excited about those plans. Nothing is set in stone yet, nothing is official yet, but we're definitely looking into it. You already mentioned it, to make all this happen, yes, we are also looking for support to have more manpower in race control, because in our experience, everything stands and falls with good race control, live race control, just so that a race is well managed and the series is also just getting the attention that it needs while the competition is going on. So if anybody wants to help us with race control, we would love to hear from you. And again, you can reach out to us via email or Discord. Again, the email address admin@vscaracing.com.
And obviously, people who maybe sat at home thinking, do you know what, I'd love to be part of the action for next season. So in terms of teams and drivers, what's the best way to join your Discord? Would it be through the website?
Yeah, you can get an invite link from anybody that's already in the league. If you have friends that are already in the league or teammates, or you can go to VSCARacing.com and just click on the Discord link at the menu. There's a menu item that says Discord, and if you just click on it, then you will immediately join the server.
And obviously, I know we're not truly fully done for this season. Coming up in October, we've got the Petit Le Mans, or your own take on it. What's the plans around that? What exact dates are we looking at in October? I think it's going to be a cracking race.
Oh, that's for sure. We are super excited. And I think it's going to be a fitting highlight to wrap up the season at 10 hours at Road Atlanta. I know that many sim racers love Road Atlanta because it's intense, it's a short track, it has just everything you need. It has character, it has the history, and just racing is fantastic on that track usually. Of course, I'm not saying it's easy by any means. Everybody knows that multi-class racing comes with its share of challenges, especially so at a short track like Road Atlanta. But yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it. And at this point, I also want to just throw that in real quick, that today was our Sprint Cup season finale. And the way it looks unofficially right now, speaking, of course, it looks like Element Sim Racing, the number 7, has won the Sprint Cup Championship, so we congratulate them on earning the inaugural Sprint Cup Championship. And of course, the number 67 Porsche of Kinetic Racing on unofficially, again, winning the Sprint Cup Championship in GT3. And to go back to Petit Le Mans, next race in October, we will see then, of course, 4 more champions getting crowned, the Endurance Cup champions in both classes, and of course the overall Sports Car Championship champions in P2 and GT3. And we're super excited. We have recently announced the trophies that come along with this. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for putting that on. We are really excited to be able to provide the champions with really nice trophies. So the silver trophies in the middle, they will go to the overall series champions in P2 prototype and GT3 class. The blue trophies on the left will be awarded to the Endurance Cup champions. Endurance Cup, just to mention that real quick, is Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Road Atlanta. And today, again, unofficially, we have to check the results first and go through the post-race penalties. Element Sim Racing number 7 and Kinetic Racing 67 are the Sprint Cup champions. They will get the golden and red trophies. So I feel like those should look pretty good on the shelf at those teams' bases.
They will do indeed. Some absolutely beautiful trophies. But before I let you go, Benjamin, final thought, what has been your either favourite moment or favourite race from this season?
I think I would have to go back to Daytona. Simply, I think just to make everybody understand, we didn't know if our concept was going to be popular enough to get a full grid together. I mean, the fact is that those endurance races this year, we purposely decided to run those on the same day and same time as the iRacing official special events. And of course, that kind of sounds crazy to many. Why would you compete with those officials? But we felt like our concept is what you don't find in those official special events, like full cautions, like race control and stuff like that. That's what we want to give you. But the rest of it, we kind of do the same way, you know? So you're basically feeling like you're running the same race, plus the nice things that I just mentioned. but of course, we still didn't know if enough people would buy into this concept. And at Daytona, when we saw the green flag go up in the air and having a full 55-car grid, that was just amazing to me and to Kyle, whom I co-founded VSCA with. We knew, this is gonna work out. We have support in the community. And at this point, to just wrap it up, I just want to really give a shout out to all our members, to our partners at Grid, by SimLab, JRT, and also by, TrackCam for Gourmet, for their support, but also especially to our members who have supported us with the entry fees and competing in every race this year. We appreciate all of you. It's been an amazing ride. And of course, I should not forget this and thank you guys for the fantastic coverage that you have given us in those 3 races that you've covered. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
When there's absolute epic action out on traffic, out on track, it makes our lives one hell of a lot easier. It's definitely been entertaining. It's been a crazy ride, but it's been well worth watching back time and time again. Myself and Seb, we've both watched back the final closing laps of Motorsport last time out, and it was an absolute astounding grandstand finish, and I think real testament to this league. But thanks very much for joining me. That's Benjamin Fisher, owner of the VSCA. But, wow, what a race yet again from the season, and for the Sprint Series, just pretty much closing things out here. And what a season it's been. Obviously, I know we haven't quite managed to pick up the all here at Apex Racing TV, but what we've seen, my golly, we've seen some epic racing, some hard-fought racing, some drama, some massive incidents, but ultimately, congratulations to our winners here today from Road America, Element Sim Racing Fire, and Kinetic Racing in GT3. But coming up on the channel, well, I say coming up, going on right now, it's a busy evening here at Apex Racing TV. Just getting started, well, got started about half an hour ago. It was the Apex Racing Academy Formula 4 from Alton Park. And then also going on as well, that's not long started, is the Azatec Sim Sports GT Challenge from Spa. So make sure you head across, go check them out. Don't forget to hit subscribe to stay up to date with everything that's happening here at Apex Racing TV and get notifications when we go live. But wow, what a race it's been here from Road America. From myself, Tim Cox, Seb Bosher-Williams, and the amazing Sumili Kumo in the production booth. It's thanks very much from us all, and good night.